Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the one-day international seminar on indigenous social work, Indian social work, Indian social workers, and Indian social reformers, girls and women, health, environment, well-being, and sustainable development 2023, commemorating AZADI Ka AMRIT MAHOTSAV, nation celebrating 76 years of independence, India's G20 presidency, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030, as part of awareness and campaigns, World Health Organization 75th anniversary year, and also recently yesterday we have commemorated 75 years of World Mental Health Day. And that is also very much relevant for us. And today we are also commemorating Indian Social Work Day, Bharatiya Samaj Karya Divas, in the memory of our Nanaji Deshmukh ji, who is a great social worker, educationalist, philanthropist, and social activist, and a lot more. Our speakers empaneled today will talk more detail in about our social workers and various social reforms. Today we are also commemorating International Day of the Girl Child 2023. So that's why the half of the population of the world consists of female population. So it's almost near to 50%. So it is very much relevant and pertinent for the sustainable development. The women and girls are also included in the talk. So we'll also look at various gender equality and gender related issues, and how various social reforms have been taken up to empower gender equality and empower girls and women, along with all others, in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, and National and International Multidisciplinary Fraternity. And today, we are also in collaboration with Bharatiya Samaj Karya Parishad. Especially special thanks goes to Dr. Vishnu Mohan Das ji, who has been very much instrumental in coordinating and bringing our fraternity together in organizing various events since morning till late night, and on this day of Indian social work, commemorations and celebrations. So before we start our sessions today, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotirnamostute deepajyotirnamostute shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So as already mentioned, today we are commemorating and celebrating Indian Social Work Day. This is Bharatiya Samaj Karya Divas in Hindi. And in the context of global phenomenon where the globe has become global village, but at the same time, we need to have individualized, specialized methodologies, techniques, and curriculum, pedagogy to teach, practice, to address various issues related to development in the societies, communities, which are more apt to that particular community. So even the international organizations such as International Federation for Social Workers and various other social work organizations, United Nations, have been emphasizing especially on having indigenous social work methods or indigenous methods for that matter in any science, including social work. We need to evolve certain methods which are more appropriate to our culture, to our tradition, to our local geographical conditions. Because every community has a different language, different culture, different traditions, and belief systems. Because we are working with human beings, and without addressing these aspects and without considering these aspects, we'll be not able to help them in solving their development issues. Because the first phase is to understand them in their context. Especially the present day social work education or practice is completely alien from our own culture and traditions. Neither it is taught in our own language, and most of the social workers in India especially face this problem. We have seen our fraternity has been speaking, the language has been one of the greatest barriers because of imparting in the alien language, which is not native to us, especially in foreign languages, that is becoming a barrier to translate the jargon, technical jargon, to local language, and where the students or social work trainees or social work practitioners are not able to translate the terminology into local language and not able to adapt and use that even in documentation purpose. There are various such challenges and certain practices which are different, which varies from country to country, community to community. There are challenges in the implementation at the policy level, at the program level, at the implementation level, at the education level, and at various levels. We have seen how it has tremendous impact on the implementation and also on the outcomes of the social work methods and practices. So in the coming sessions, our eminent speakers will be deliberating on that. Without taking much time, as one of our speakers requested that he has another session. So we will invite our first speaker for the day. We have with us our good old friend, Mr. Matt Perliston. He is CEO for EQ for Peace Worldwide. USA. He is continuously working and promoting emotional intelligence and social emotional learning since almost 4 decades. He dedicated entire life for promoting emotional intelligence and emotional learning, and he has immensely contributed to our platform by delivering various sessions over the last 3 years continuously. So we are immensely grateful and express our gratitude, and thank you, our beloved friend Matt, for accepting our invitation and joining on this wonderful day for your session on positive mental health for social workers. Over to you, Matt.
Okay, thank you. I'm audible, yes? Yep.
Yeah, you are clear.
Okay, great. Excellent. Well, thank you for having me again. Always a pleasure to be here, Dr. Ravindra. I appreciate your invitation, and I'm also happy that you're continue to do this great work and teach people and share all the cool things that you share, because there's been a lot of things and good stuff, good stuff. So we're talking about social workers today, and I just have to start by saying I have immense respect for social workers. Some of my best friends are social workers. A bunch of our students are social workers. I've worked with many in classes, and I have a huge success for our respect for social workers, because I think A, it's super important what you guys do, and B, it's super painful what you do. It can be so painful. And what we do work with is emotional intelligence and positive mental health. We're trying to help people deal with their emotions, because we don't learn about them in school, and we don't talk about them at home, and we better not deal with them at work, right? And so most people don't have much idea how to handle their emotions. And that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. But for social workers in particular, it's tough. It's tough because you're working with people's pain all day, every day, most of the time, and tough situations, emotionally draining situations, frustration. Kids get involved, and that's always more painful. Sometimes there's stuff you can do, and there's things you can't do. You'd like to be able to grab the kid and hug them and take them into safety, and you can't do that. You can't do that, and you can't do a bunch of things that you would probably like to do if you care. And most social workers care a lot. And so what happens is burnout, because they get frustrated, or they just can't handle the pain anymore, and they go, I can't do this anymore. And so my goal, my challenge is to try to help social workers become more emotionally intelligent, so that they can do their job better, A, and B, keep doing their job, even though it is difficult emotionally. It's difficult and hard and painful. So that's why I agreed to come on today. As I said, social workers are a big part of my life, and I think they are, you guys, if I'm talking to you, are very, very important to our society, to each other, etc. My hats off to social workers. So I have some things to share with you, if I may. I have a PowerPoint coming up here. Hopefully you can see it. It's a long one. I got probably too many slides, so I'm going to skip some of them. There's so much I want to teach you. There's so much I want to tell people, because emotions, we don't know that much about them, and there's a lot to know. There's amazing amount to know. We're finding study after study is showing how effective they are. But as we dig into them, you go, man, there's a lot to this. There's so much that we can know and we don't really know. And so that's really important. It's important for us to know what we know, and it's important for us to know what we don't know, because when we know what we don't know, then we can go find out. We can open our mind and our heart to learning new things. We can have what they call a growth mindset as opposed to a fixed mindset, which means I already know everything and I can't take anything else in, or I won't take anything else in. It's better to be open and to learn and to be able to, find out new things and figure out what you don't know, because then you can find out more. So I don't know. Yeah. All right. So I have big goals for this session. I want to introduce you to positive mental health. I want you, this is the biggest takeaway of this whole thing, is the second one, is to know that most people don't know this, in my opinion, that you make up your own thoughts and your own feelings. You make them up yourself, and which means that you are in charge of you. And that's really, really, really good news. It's really good news. It's not them doing it to us. It's not the world. It's not the environment. It's not the economy. It's not the government. It's not our parents. It's not our boss. It's not any of that. They're doing what they're doing. We get to be in charge of what happens inside of us. We can't control all that much about what's happening outside of us, but we can control or manage or direct or make excellent what's happening inside of us. Because we start it, we make it up, and we are the ones who need to live with it, and we can be responsible for our own inner world. And so I call it emotional responsibility. It's also called an internal locus of control, LOCUS. And that's a big deal. And like I said, if you don't take anything away from this, I'm going to talk about a bunch of stuff and blah, 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 blah. Listen to this one thing, please. This one thing is emotional responsibility. You're in charge of you. If you can take that leap to say, yes, I'm in charge of me. If you can accept that responsibility for that and go, yeah, I'm in charge of my thoughts and my feelings. They don't make me feel anything. Nobody has ever made you angry. Never. Nobody has ever hurt your feelings. You did that. And that's good news. That's really good news. They just do what they do, say what they say, whatever. Right. So take that one thing. Feelings matter a lot, way more than we ever imagined. There, like I said, study after study showing, holy moly, success and sanity and respect and leadership and making more money and living longer and not being as sick or not getting some illnesses. All that stuff is affected by our emotions. And we don't talk about them and we don't learn about them. And that's a bad thing. And it's actually a dangerous thing because a lot of people don't handle them well at all, especially in the United States. They don't handle them well at all. And so learning about and prioritizing and making it more real that our emotions matter. They matter. Feelings matter. Emotions matter. I use feelings and emotions kind of interchangeably. It's your feelings and emotions, and they matter. So we're trying to learn more about them. We're trying to learn about how our thoughts work, how they affect our emotions, and we're trying to teach people. You can teach your clients pretty quickly. Even little kids can understand this. It goes from preschool to PhD all the way up and beyond, is that people can get it. They can understand if we explain the basics. And one of the basics is that you're in charge of you. You're in charge of you. And that's good news. That's good news. So we can bring good news to the world, which is fun. Very fun. We're trying to create emotionally safe environments. And that starts with you. That starts with you being safe to you, which sounds kind of weird, but it's true, because a lot of people are super judgmental about their emotions. They put them down. They poo-poo them completely. They ignore them. They don't pay any attention to them. They try not to. They criticize them, even themselves, inside of ourselves. And because that's what would happen to us. That's what our parents taught us. And that's not cool. That's not cool. It's not helpful, and it's not true, and it's not effective. So if you criticize your own emotions, or if you ignore them completely, or that kind of thing, if you have a negative view toward your emotions. That's not helpful. It's not helpful. It's not helpful to you. You're going to have arguments and you're going to have fights inside of you, and that's not helpful. And so if you can be emotionally safe to you, if you can give yourself what we call permission, it's permission for real, permission to feel. And that by the way, turns out Permission to Feel is a wonderful book written by Dr. Mark Brackett, who is the director of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. You might have heard of Yale. He's in charge of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence, and he wrote the book called Permission to Feel. And it's a wonderful book. And it's kind of, you get the point from the title, give yourself permission to feel, because we don't. And then if you give yourself permission to feel, then you give other people also permission to feel, and they like that a lot. And they also, they feel safe with you and they value you, and you will have better relationships. I guarantee it. If you can let people, you can be safe to other people to accept their thoughts and their feelings. Doesn't mean you have to like them. Doesn't mean you have to agree with them. You don't have to agree with them. But you accepting them allows the other person to just be themselves, to be that person. And then you can adjust them, and it makes you safe, and it makes you can build rapport with people. You can connect with people if you accept what they're thinking and feeling. And then once you connect with them, then you can say, have you considered trying it a different way? Or have you considered, have you thought about this? Or I'm sorry you're feeling that way. If it's really bad, you let yourself cry for a minute, or let yourself just be angry for a minute. Just stand there and be angry for a minute, and then let it go, and then just let it go. And then you can help people heal so fast. It's a beautiful thing, and it no cost whatsoever. Well, maybe a little bit of time and some love on your part. But anyway, making it safe for other people is a big deal. And then we're talking about peace. The goal of this whole thing is peace. Peace inside of us, peace between us, peace among us. Maybe someday when enough of us know how to do peace, maybe we can have big peace. That's the point of our nonprofit. Like Dr. Navindra said, EQ for Peace is the name of our nonprofit, and we're trying to get emotional intelligence into schools and into work and into homes and into people everywhere, all over the world. It's an international thing. We're trying to get big peace, so we got to teach everybody, right? It seems kind of absurd, but that's what we're trying. We'll see what happens. That's why I'm here today, and that's why I keep doing this over and over again. But because we're trying to reach the world, and I'm trying to teach you. I want you, number 6 down here, to teach other people. They don't know about emotions, and they don't know that they don't know, which means they are not asking necessarily. And so we got to kind of jump up and down a little bit and talk to people and teach them. Probably the people that you're working with do not know about their emotions. If you could share some of what you learn about them, that would be a wonderful thing. It can be a life changer for real. So please share it. Each one teach one, I call it. All right. So what we're trying to do, we're build peace from the inside out. I'm not going to be able to go into all of these, but it starts with emotional intelligence. We have to know about ourselves, right? In our schools, we learn about our left brain, our cognitive left brain side. Here's a slide on, this is a fun slide on that. Okay, we learn, this is where we focus, is on the left brain, the black and white part, the IQ part, right? That's what we learn in school. Our culture, your culture, most cultures in this world is the point of school is to learn stuff so that we can get a job, and we can, you can start thinking critically and cognitively. That's a good thing. We're pretty good at that. However, we are not very good at the right side. There's a whole nother side to our brain and a whole nother side to our system, and that's about emotions. And so we have thoughts and we have feelings. We have thoughts and we have feelings all day, every day. And so we know about our thoughts, but we don't know very much about our feelings, and that's a bad thing. So we're trying to balance them. And what that looks like is you go, does this make sense to me? Bum, 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 bum. Does it make sense what I'm getting ready to do here? And does it feel good, or does it feel right? Is it intuitively, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Is this a good idea? does it feel right? Not just does it make sense? If we balance both of those, we're probably going to make better decisions and take better actions and all kinds of cool stuff. So ER is about emotional responsibility, positive mental health. I'll go into each of these in a minute. So good news and bad news. There's some bad news. I'll start with that. That violence is up. You guys know this stuff. Violence is up, abuse is up, addictions are up, suicides. Oh man, all over the world, suicides are up. That's just the one that kind of gets me, because it feels like it's it's awful, and B, it is avoidable, meaning if we taught people better about how they deal with their emotions, they may not be doing that. We may not be having so many suicides. It feels like it's avoidable. Divorce is up, division, everybody's separating. COVID's was awful for the world. It was awful because it made us separate, it divided us, and it made everyone your enemy in a way. Everybody's your enemy. Anybody could get you sick, right? Anybody. And that it's like the opposite of EQ. It's the opposite of emotional intelligence, where we want to go. So it's been good for the industry in a weird way, because it's so painful, because people are having such a hard time. But of course, that it's good for us, for the industry, because it's so bad, so it's kind of really mixed thing. But anyway, so mental health issues are up, as you know. Physical health, they're connecting now emotions with physical health, and that is a big deal. And crimes up, wars up, etc. So those are all at least partially due to emotional education. People don't know how to deal with their emotions. So we're saying that it's one of the worst problems in the world today, because people don't know how to deal with themselves. The good news is that they're teachable skills. These things are teachable skills, and most of them are free, by the way. It's kind of magical that most of the skills that we're teaching are free inside of us. They're skills. They're what you do. They're what you say, or what you think, what you feel, how you direct yourself, how all kind of stuff, that the soft skills, we call them, and they're free stuff inside of us, and it's all teachable. So it's a education issue. It's an education issue. So the bottom line is that we are in control of our own lives. We don't have to, no matter what happens outside of us, we have the power to control what happens inside of us. And that's really super cool. Super good news. It's based on emotional intelligence. We're trying to balance them, like I said, both sides of our brain. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Aristotle said that's a bit severe, but you get the idea. We need to teach, and I suggest to social workers that you guys teach your kids, teach the parents, teach people how to deal with their emotions, that they're in charge of them, because they think that we're doing it to them, or outside is doing it to them, and that makes you a whiner, blamer, victim. Oh my goodness, I got it so rough, poor me. All that kind of stuff is based on that it's happening to me. But if I go, you know what, even if it's bad, I can deal with this. I can manage myself. I can spin it to win it, we call it, which is adjust my thinking and adjust my feelings so that they're reasonable, that they're more positive, that they're more effective for ourselves. Because if you just feel like the world's doing this to you, that's a terrible feeling, being a victim like that. That's a terrible feeling. And so we're trying to give people power over their own lives, even if they don't have much power over their lives. You still can be in charge of what's going on inside of you. And I think that's a really wonderful thing. We're calling it positive mental health. It's positive mental health. That says what we do, mental health, and how to do it in positive, be positive for your mental health, all in 3 words, right? And we're doing it online, but basically what it is about is that if we can deal with our negative emotions, our fear, anger, sadness, depression, guilt, shame, some of that stuff, all of that stuff, not some of that stuff, all of that stuff. If we can deal with those, especially our fear, anger, and sadness, those are the big 3, in my opinion, then we can actually become more positive. We can deal with our negatives, and we do have to deal with them, but we can actually become more positive, and that's a big deal. Excuse me. we can do better. We can even with our struggles and pain and trauma, we can learn from them. We can learn from them if we're being emotionally intelligent and responsible for it. We can learn from them and get better, and actually get better because of it. Peace inside and out. I mentioned Dalai Lama said the importance of peace must first be created within ourselves, then gradually expanded to include our families, our communities, and ultimately the whole planet. Pretty cool, huh? It's about that we start from the inside. So we're starting with emotional intelligence, which is how our emotions work, how they work physically, scientifically, factually. How they actually work is being smart about that, knowing about how they things work. And then we could take positive mental health is okay. Now that I know that, what do I do with that? What's the strategies? What do I do with that? Well, you turn things positive on purpose is one of the things you do with it. So it's strategies. And then the point of it is peace. Where we're going for this whole thing is peace, based on emotional intelligence, social emotional learning, and positive psychology. Right. So we're just making this stuff up at this point. We're just kind of coming up with it and designing a new way of doing mental health. And it's going quite well, actually, and getting quite popular because people are like, wow, yeah, I can be positive with my mental health. That's pretty cool. Right. They think that it's doing it to me. Right. That my emotions are taking over and they're doing stuff to me. And that's not the case. We're doing that. And so we can be more in charge and think of better thoughts and believe better beliefs and feel better feelings and make better decisions and take better actions and get better results. So that's pretty cool. All by being smarter about our thoughts and our feelings and our emotions, what's going on inside. Positive mental health, however, is not so easy sometimes. It's real simple. We'd say, if you're really upset about something, then if you let yourself cry, even for a minute, you'll feel better, right? And it's true. That's really simple. If you let yourself cry, you will feel better. Or you let yourself just be angry for a minute, it feels better. You don't have to dump it on anybody. Just let yourself feel it. Let your body feel it. We call it feel it to heal it. Simple, not easy. Simple, not easy, right? And it's not painless. We're talking about going into our pain sometimes in order to relieve it. Our body will thank us for doing that. But it's a tough way to go sometimes. It's real and it's honest, and it's, in my opinion, one of the most effective ways to go, but it ain't easy, and it's not painless. So sorry. It's not a quick fix. It's not a scam or anything like that. It's not a way to hide the negatives. It's a way to deal with your negatives. And that feels better to us. We have self-esteem and self-trust and that kind of thing. If we know that we can deal with stuff, I'm saying that if you can deal, and I believe this, if you can deal with your fear, anger, and sadness, just those three, your biggest fears, your anger, and your really deep sadness of what happened to you, if you can deal with those three, as big as your body feels them, there's not much anything that life can throw at you that you can't handle. You can deal with anything almost. So and positive mental health is about staying connected. Connect and stay connected. Connect and stay connected with other people, and that goes especially with social workers. Sometimes they go off with their pain or their frustrations or whatever, and go home, and they're left alone with it, and that kind of thing. What works the best is for people to get together, people of like minds that have the similar experiences, and go, man, this is tough, right? We have support groups and encourage each other and let people vent and let people cry and let people share their stories so that they get it off their chest and they can let it go. We've working with a lot of people that they try to separate. The only separate that we do try to do is separating work and home. When you go home, on the way home, or when you walk out of the building to leave the office, or when you get in your car, or if you get to your house or whatever it is, and make a moment and just go, okay, I'm shifting here. I'm shifting my heart. I'm changing my heart. And we can do that. We can open our heart. We can close our heart. I'm shifting from home to work, or from work to home. And I'm let go of all that stuff that I can't control anymore. And I'm going to be present with my family, or be there with myself, and enjoy and be able to relax and that kind of thing. It's tough, but it works. So we could separate ourselves from work from home. Especially, it's a social worker thing. A lot of times other people have to do it, stressful too, but especially for social workers. We try to be our best. We try to be our best over time. Go be better than we were yesterday. So we're born with everything we need. We just don't know how to use it. So internal locus of control, nobody upsets you. Their adverse childhood experiences, speaking of social workers, you'll see kids being abused, or being violated, or being neglected, or abandoned, or all that. Oh man, so much trauma. And these poor little kids, so much trauma. And if they don't ever deal with it, they're finding medically, if you don't ever deal with the trauma that's happened to you, chances are you will have tough childhood. If you have tough, it's not a rocket science. If you had a tough childhood, you're probably going to have a tough adulthood if you don't deal with some of it, if you don't work through some of it. You will, the chances are you will have behavioral problems. Chances are you will have mental health problems, and chances are you will have, now they're showing physical problems. You will have worse diseases and be sick a lot more if the more trauma you had as a child, the more likely that you're going to have rough adulthood. And so if you have some of these, if things happen to you, or you see them happening to other people, help them know that they've got to deal with some of that stuff. It's traumatic, and sorry it happened, and man, it's awful, but you can and you must deal with some of it, or yikes, right? Yikes. What we're trying to do is get back to the positives. We're born pretty okay. We're born pretty peaceful and pretty loving little kids, or mostly babies are fine. If they've got most of their needs met, they're fine, right? They're pretty peaceful, and they're just watching the world and enjoying things, and they're pretty cool, right? That's natural state. With all the negative stuff gets piled up on top of it. So if we learn how to deal with our negatives and get it off of us, we could go back to our natural state, which is peaceful and loving and kind and giving and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. It's a wonderful. So name it to tame it is very helpful. Name it to tame it means, what are you feeling? Very simple. What are you feeling right now? Just be able to name it. It helps us to make better sense of ourselves. Just explain our reality to us, even to us, to be able to, what are you feeling right now? And go, in fact, do it right now. What are you feeling? See if you can figure out a word or two or three. A lot of times people, professionals, teachers will ask their kids, what are you feeling right now? And just go around the room, one word, bam, 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 bam. And in a couple minutes, you can do some amazing work with awareness and acceptance of people's feelings and togetherness. You can go, hey, other people feel that too. Okay, I'm not so weird. I'm not broken. I'm not have disorders. I just having a feeling. I'm just okay. And if you're in the United States, you don't have to go shoot anybody, and you don't have to shoot yourself just because you're having a feeling. You can deal with it. So the second part is spin it to win it, which means that if you check out your feelings are based on your thoughts, and if you don't like your thoughts or they're not working for you, you can adjust them. You can spin it to win it, as we call it. So if you have a really nasty thought about something or somebody or something that happened or whatever, and you're just like, and you feel, and it's making you get yourself upset, go, wait. Okay, hang on a second. What would I rather think? If I adjust the thought, I can change it. I can replace it. I can find myself, become aware of my negatives, and then go, you know what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to think that. I don't want to think that about me. I don't want to think that about you. I'm going to think this instead. And then I'll probably feel better. It's pretty cool, right? And then, like I said, feel it to heal it. Just letting yourself feel sometimes. Your body needs to feel sometimes. It just does. Inner peace begins the moment you choose not to allow another person to control your emotions. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So here's a peaceful guy. So that's what we're going for. So I still have 50 more slides. This is not going to work, right? This is not going to work. So I'm going to jump all the way down to the bottom down here. Dr. Ravindra is a big fan of the UN SDGs, which I am as well. And their emotional intelligence hits 4 of them. It's 4 of them. Good health and well-being, right? That's heart. Quality education. That no, the good health and well-being is home. That's EQ at home with your inside of you, individuals and families and stuff. Quality education is EQ at school. And number 8, decent work and economic is EQ at work. And if you put those together, you get peace. You get peace, which is pretty cool. So if we add those up, 3, 4, 8 is 15, and then you got to add one more, which is you, to get 16, which is peace. So just a fun, clever thing. But anyway, it affects a lot of things about what the UN goals are going for, and we can help. We can help. We are helping, in my opinion. So each one, teach one, please talk to somebody else about it. Emotions matter a lot more than we thought ever before. Give yourself permission to feel, please. Emotional responsibility, always. That's a big deal, right? This is a huge thing. We are responsible. Our thoughts and feelings are ours, and that's good news because we are at choice and we can do something with them or not. So, and build safe environments in and around you. So give peas a chance. Here's some ways to get a hold of me if you're interested. And yeah, so and social workers, you guys, again, good luck. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Stay connected with other people, deal with your emotions so that you can keep doing what you're doing, and connect with like-minded people that are going through similar stuff to you. Let yourself vent sometimes, and just be with other people that can dig it. They can get it, what you're talking about, so you don't feel alone and that you got to carry the burden of the world on your shoulders. Okay. So, all right. So any questions or comments, concerns, complaints?
Thank you, Matt. As usually, you have rocked the session. The power-packed content, as usual, covering every aspect of emotional health and well-being. Very well presented.
Thanks. I wish I had more time. There's so much more.
Participants, you can raise your hand. We can unmute you, or you can unmute yourself and share your feedback on session.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Hello.
I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me the opportunity to speak on this forum. Matt sir, you rocked the session today. So all the social work roles, and you did wonderful job. God bless you, sir. And all the best for your next thing. Hope to see you soon in our session,
Thanks.
sir.
Thanks for having me. All right. Cool. Anybody else?
Feel free to share your feedback or queries, if any. While session is going on, all the mics were muted. Now you can unmute yourself and you can share your feedback one by one. Or you can also use chat box to share. There are lots of messages pouring in chat box. Excellent presentation, wonderful presentation.
Thanks.
In the meanwhile, if anyone would like to share, you can feel free to share oral feedback as well. M. Sangeeta, you have unmuted yourself. Shubhangi, would you like to share?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Shubhangi Bor, working with Childcare Institute. Yeah, I like the session very much because mentally we are also having many challenges over here. while working with the Children Care Institute of the age group of 6 to 18 years. We have many challenges over working with this. So today through sessions, I got some insightful, messages and some very informations about how to handle the childrens and bring them mental wellness, peace in the childrens, and bring them towards the, holistic way of, a better living for the children's perspective. So thank you so much, sir. I'm so happy to receive your session.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. It's important information. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhangi. Anyone else
Yep.
would like to share? Feel free to share.
Actually, I'm doing a 2-month long certificate positive mental health certification program, and it starts in 12 minutes. And so if there's not anything else, I'm going to get going because I got people waiting for me. So, so thank you again for having me. I'll see you again sometime. We have a cool subject. So thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Thanks, Mary. Bye all.
Thank you, Matt, for joining us and for the wonderful session, and congratulations for your new project. We wish you all the success.
Oh, thank you.
We look forward
Yeah.
for your future sessions.
It's a
Future
number of new
reviews.
projects going on because people are liking this. So that's great. All right.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care. Dear friends, the registration form has been raised in the form of Zoom polls. Automatically, when you join the meeting, the form is displayed automatically so that you can fill up the registration form. That will help you to get your certificate, because that is the way, that is the form through which we get your details. So we request everyone, those who are attending, to promptly fill the registration form, and the feedback form will be shared at the end of the sessions, all sessions, once the registration form is closed. So registration form will be open till the feedback form is shared. So once the registration is closed, at the end of the sessions, last session, we'll raise a feedback form where you can share your oral feedback form. So based on both, you will be issued certificates. So keep attending, joining, and learning. If you have any queries, feedback, you can continue to share in the chat box while the sessions are going on. You will be muted while the sessions are going on, and when we invite you, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand after the session so that we can take up few queries if any. So with this wonderful session from Mr. Matt from USA, we'll be moving on to our next session by Dr. Manju Panwar. She is Chairperson, Department of Social Work, BPS Women's University, Sonipat, Haryana, India. And she has a lot of roles, and she is heading various departments, especially for related to women's. And she has a lot of research publications and presentations to her credit. So we invite Dr. Manju Panwarji for accepting our invitation and joining us on this wonderful occasion of Indian Social Work Day. for your session on contribution of Durgabai Deshmukh, empowering women. Welcome you, ma'am. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Thank you so much. First of all, wish you a very happy Indian Social Work Day. And I'm very much thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to make my presentation on the contribution of Durgabai Deshmukh towards Indianization of social work practice for empowering women. My presentation focus on the life and work of Durgabai Deshmukh, her education, career, awards to her credit, learning from the work of Durgabai Deshmukh in practicing social work methods in Indian context. And in the last, I have given some of the suggestions for Indianized social work education in India. So, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is clear. Video is clear. Please continue.
Great. Thank you. So there is no doubt that when we talk about women empowerment in India, we refer that women must be aware about their rights in terms of right to vote, property rights, freedom of movement, their legal rights, and so on, which is instrumental in empowering women to realize their self-worth, make their own choices, and get respect and rights just like any other human being. But it is very sad reality that after 75 years of independence, women empowerment seems to be a distant dream, and they face challenges ranging from illiteracy, gender discrimination, safety, security, child marriage, and many more challenges. If we look at the history of Indian national movement, we find only few names of women like Sarojini Naidu, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, and Annie Besant are prominent, while majority of the women who sacrificed a lot get unnoticed and unrecognized. Durgabai Deshmukh is one such name who has done a lot of work on women empowerment and has been a great figure in the history of Indian nationalism. And she is among the few women brave hearts of 20th century who worked really hard for the education and emancipation of women. Not only that, Durgabai Deshmukh is known as the mother of social work, but her name is rarely known or taught by the social work institutions in India. Our Indian social workers, particularly women, are not given much importance in the social work curriculum. So my paper, this presentation, focused on the work that Durgabai Deshmukh has done, and I have collected this information from the secondary literature, from various books, journals, newspapers, and other relevant information available on the internet. And in the last, as I mentioned before, I have given some of the suggestions based on the interaction with the civil society organizations working in Haryana and adopting participatory approach with the social work students, their parents in the parents-teachers meeting in order to make social work profession more vibrant, keeping in mind the diverse culture and religion in Indian societies. So when we talk about the life and the work of Durgabai Deshmukh, she was a Gandhian, a freedom fighter, and a criminal lawyer. She did not come from the privileged family. She was the Iron Lady and took painstaking efforts in the field of education, politics, and freedom struggle. She struggled a lot in her life and overcome all the odds for the betterment of women. She was born on 15 July 1909 in a middle-class family in Andhra Pradesh, and she was inspired by her father's social work and learned from her parents to serve others. When we talk about her education, career, and awards, she completed her higher education despite of her active participation in the national struggle. She finished her MA in political science in 1930 from Andhra Pradesh, and she was known as the Iron Lady. She was very active and a very positive spirit. She has many features in her cap, including the brave freedom movement fighter, a dedicated social worker, thinker and a very proficient lawyer. She set up Balika Hindi Pathshala in 1923, and then in 1930, along with Mahatma Gandhiji, she mobilized. In fact, she gave a lot of importance on the social mobilization of people, particularly women. And in 1930, along with the Mahatma Gandhiji, she mobilized women in civil disciplines movement by breaking salt law. And in 1946, she was the member of Congress Constituent Assembly. And in 1953, she played a very, very important role in establishing the Central Social Welfare Board. And in 1958, she was the first chairperson of the National Council on Women, first chairperson of the education. And she, in 1975, she got Padma Vibhushan. And now I will be speaking on the learning from the Durgabai Deshmukh and how the social work institutions can practice the methods of social work in the Indian context. So, like the first point is the resource mobilization and for ensuring participation. As I mentioned earlier, Durgabai Deshmukh, she gave a lot of importance on the resource mobilization. And as you know, that the resource mobilization is one of the contemporary methods in social work, and it is instrumental in bringing people together through raise awareness on development issues. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you are
I
audible
got a message.
now. Yeah,
I
you
got a
got
message.
muted.
Okay,
Yeah, now it's fine.
right. Okay. So the resource mobilization is one of the contemporary methods of social work, and it is instrumental in bringing people together to raise awareness on development issues, resulting in ensuring community participation for sustainability and self-reliance. So it is in this context, the Durgabai Deshmukh work is aptly right, where she played an important role in mobilizing women for the civil disobedience movement launched by Mahatma Gandhiji in 1930 by breaking the SALT law. She gave the importance on the mobilization of people at the grassroots level and believe in the philosophy that participation means development. Her dedication towards mobilization can be seen from the instance when in 1921, she mobilized women, particularly prostitutes and Muslim women, for their enlightenment with the brief interaction with the Mahatma Gandhiji. She was not scared of the ramification, as at that time India was under the British rule. And her life shows that every stage of her life, she made her own choices and did not give up until and unless her mission is not accomplished. The second thing which we can learn from her life is promoting volunteerism by establishing Central Social Welfare Board. She was the first women member of the Planning Commission. She took initiative in persuading the government to declare a national policy on social work, and with her constant efforts resulting in establishing Central Social Welfare Board in 1953 under the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare. Durgabai Deshmukh was appointed first chairperson of the board, and under her guidance, a number of educational awareness programs, schemes for training and rehabilitation of women, children welfare, particularly of the handicapped, were started all over the country. Till now, the Central Social Welfare Board has been actively involved in carrying out the welfare activities for promoting volunteerism, providing technical and financial assistance to the voluntary organization for bringing marginalized sections of society in mainstream. The third learning is the formation of women's groups through setting up of Andhra Mahila Sabha. As we all know that group work is another method of social work practiced by Durgabai Deshmukh, which was instrumental in empowering women. The practice of group work is not limited to solve the problems of individual and group, but it is also helpful in community work practice as well as in the form of social action. And Durgabai Deshmukh believes in the unity of strength and gave a lot of emphasis on the formation of women group. She showed her leadership skills by establishing a unique organization by the name of Andhra Mahila Sabha in 1937 that played a remarkable role in empowering women through education, health facilities, old age care home, and vocational training. Till date, this organization is considered a pioneer institute in women welfare and education in South India. It is one of the most important women organizations in India working towards education, economic upliftment, healthcare, and empowerment of women and children. Uh, the another point which we can learn from her life is the advocacy for promotion of property rights for women. Durga Bhai Deshmukh ji advocated on the behalf of individual and communities to get the share of women in property rights. She was the champion for introducing women in property rights for empowering women. And though now India top court has ruled that daughters have equal rights to Hindu family property, and all the Hindu women now have equal rights in their father's property from 1956. But the discussion on the right of daughters in father's property was unheard at that time. But Durga Bhai Deshmukh was adamant that daughters have a absolute right in the land, and she was very much adamant that yes, daughters must get a share in the father's property right. And while advocating for women property rights and property, Durga Bhai Deshmukh also raised her concern that an independent judiciary must be appointed and special attention should be given towards appointment of judges. The next point is on policy practice for gender budgeting. Though gender budgeting is a rampant nowadays, but this policy practice is one of the social work skills to achieve the goals of social and economic justice. And political practice is an integral element of social work as practiced in all the settings from local to global. And Durga Bhai Deshmukh efforts to advocate the idea of gender budgeting, the term undiscovered at that time. She advocated that idea that women can only be empowered if they are given fair chance in budget, resulting in advancing gender equality and women rights. With her constant efforts in the year 2005 and 06, saw the light of a day when Government of India introduced the gender budgeting statement in the Union Budget. Another achievement of Durga Bhai Deshmukh is the setting up of family and child welfare by setting up of family courts and judicial countries like Britain, Japan, Australia. But in India, the credit for establishing family courts in India is also given to the efforts of Durga Bhai Deshmukh. And the main purpose of taking up the study of law by her was to provide free legal aid and support to the rural women, to the poor women, to protect themselves. And she was among the early advocates of establishment of family courts in India. So if we see the work of Durga Bhai Deshmukh, it is evident that she was the testimony of women empowerment for the generation to come, and her commitment towards social work is instrumental for bringing positive change in the lives of women. She was the Iron Lady and made efforts in the field of education, politics, and freedom struggles. And her idea and philosophy of empowering women is relevant in present times and instrumental in achieving one of the goal of gender equality of Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I have given some of the suggestions to make social work education Indianized. Like Durga Bhai Deshmukh, there are many social workers in India who have made important contribution to the social work profession and to the social policies through teaching, research, social service, and administration. They are instrumental in showing the right direction to the social workers for contributing to the betterment of human lives. And now it is a high time that we need to do a lot of case studies on the Indian activists to replicate their wonderful work in India. Like there are many great thinkers, Indian thinkers like Swami Saraswati, Swami Dhyanandji, Saraswati, Swami Vivekanand, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar ji, Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Bhadrapada, Gandhi, Jyoti, Phule, Nanaji Deshmukh, Anna Hazare, Baba Amte, and others should also be given sufficient attention, which is very, very important in today's time. Because as I teach in my university name is BPS Women University. It is Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and it is the first women university in North India. And here, majority of the students, they come from the rural background. So when I teach social work subject to them, they are not much aware about the Indian social workers. In fact, today we celebrated Indian Social Work Day in our department, and our students, they presented all the Indian social workers, and it was very. I'm happy to share here that the Indian social workers, for the first time, they understood that Indian social workers have done a lot of work for the welfare of the marginalized sections of society, and they have done a lot of work to bring the oppressed section of the society to the mainstream. So all the time we are, studying the modern thinkers, because when we talk about case work, we only think about merit richment. When we talk about group work, we only think about tracker. Community organization, only Ruthven model we talk about. So there's a need that our students, particularly those who come from the rural background, they must know that these are our social worker thinkers, and they have done a lot of work for the welfare of the people, particularly the women. So the need of the hour is that the important social worker thinkers, they should be given sufficient attention in present times, and a lot of research need to be done on the Indian social workers and personalities associated with social work, so as to make our students understand the enriching Indian knowledge for devising solutions, keeping in mind the Indian realities. So I've given some of the suggestions. The first suggestions is on the revision of social work curriculum by inclusion of Indian thinkers. And as I mentioned, that these suggestions are based on the interaction with the civil society organizations in Haryana. And I have also spoken with some of the parents and the students as how we can make our social work profession more vibrant and Indianized. So the first is that yes, there is a need to revise our social work curriculum by including Indian thinkers. And the social work, besides academic and practice-based profession, also promote social change and development.
Your voice is very low, ma'am.
Western thinkers and expected results. And as I mentioned, that when we talk about the paper on working with communities, Ruthven model of community organization is being taught for ages in almost all the social work institutions. But there is no mention of the name of S.K. Day, who was the social worker, and who was the great visionary and pioneer in the community development in India. And not only that, he was the first Union Cabinet Minister for Cooperation and Panchayati Raj, and established community development programs. It was SKD who played a very important role in convincing the Prime Minister of India to start Panchayati Raj for the success of community development program. And like SK Day, there are many personalities in India whose contribution have been eclipsed because of the Western influence. And case studies of such personalities need to be taught and researched in the social work profession. The second is the publication of Indian books. As I mentioned that our in our department, majority of the students, they are from the rural background. And as social work is borrowed from the Western countries, and majority of the books are written by foreign authors, resulting in the lack of understanding the concept taught in the class and practice in the Indian societies. Because when we talk about social work, we say that it is a we practice what we teach in the classroom. So when we teach them about community organization, for example, so if we give them the example of SK Day, then our students can relate better when they will go to the village and practice the same in the at the grassroots level. So it is one of the major stumbling block, because I have experienced that social work is not much known in Haryana, because there are only 3-4 universities where social work subject is taught. They make a lot of efforts to bring the students in our department for the admission. And when they take the admission and when they come to know that there is no Hindi book of on social work, then they are confused, like how to practice the social work methods in the villages. So it's very, very important that we need to publish more books focusing on the practice of social work, methods, principles, and skills in the Indian context, through which students can relate and develop their better understanding for practicing social work in the rural communities. The next point is the opening of social work schools in the rural areas. India is primarily an agriculture country, as we know that more than 75 people, 70% of the people live in the rural areas, and surrounded by many problems like poverty, food insecurity, unemployment, gender inequality. And with the increase of the globalization, these problems have been intensified. So it's very, very important that there's a need to open more schools of social work in rural areas. Then platform to the students to get a unique exposure of challenges in the rural communities, and will be instrumental to make their profession instrumental to make them professional social workers in the rural context. And this will also facilitate in the development of the social profession in the rural India, and faculty along with the students will also get a chance to practice classroom teaching in the rural areas. To conclude, I will say that as we see the census, as per the census, women constitute 48% of the country total population, and the Constitution of India acknowledged that the importance of women in country development. And though in the name of women empowerment, there are a lot of schemes and programs are being implemented both by central and the state government. But it's very, very important that we need to see that what are the challenges faced by people at the grassroots level. And as advocated and practiced by Durgabai Deshmukh, there is a need to provide conducive environment to the people, particularly women, for realizing their full potential in decision making, and empower them holistically in terms of social, political, and economic front. And in order to make women economically empowered, they should have access to and control over the economic resources, resulting in the poverty reduction and economic growth of the country. And for achieving the goal of the gender equality of the Sustainable Development Goal, it is very, very important, very imperative to focus on the education of girls and women, financial inclusion of women, improving health, food security, stopping domestic violence, and skill development through vocational training programs, and access to the basic amenities like water, sanitation, housing, electricity, and the child care facilities. And social work profession, in collaboration with the government administration and civil society organization, have a very important role to play in empowering women in terms of providing them the skill development training on leadership, decision making, public speaking, and self-assertion among women at the grassroots level. And in the last, there is a need to tailor our social work curriculum from an indigenous perspective and in tune with the social and economic realities. So this is the presentation of Durgabai Deshmukh and how we can practice her work in the present context. Thank you so much. If you have any questions related to this presentation, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manjuji. You have elaborately mentioned in detail about Durgabai Deshmukhji's contribution. In fact, as you rightly said, women have been underrepresented the majority, half of the population in the world is women. But when we see the position of women occupied in various sectors, we have seen in almost all the sectors, they are not even represented. And wherever even they are represented also, they are underrepresented. So in that context, as a social worker, we need to work towards it to ensure that women are represented, are given opportunities, equal opportunities in all the sectors. And as a social workers, we are advocating on various issues. And today is also International Day for Girl Child. On this occasion, we as a social workers, we need to advocate for that also. Even at least in our field, our profession, we can have equal representation so that we can be a role model for others. As so in this context, you have really done wonderful job.
Thank you.
And participants, you can now unmute yourself or raise your hand and share your feedback or clarification. If any, you can use chat box or you can unmute yourself or raise your hand. We can unmute from our side.
Good evening to all. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me the opportunity to voice out my opinion. Ma'am, I learned a lot from your session, and this Indian social work is new to me, so I learned a lot. It was a very informative and mind-blowing session. All the best for future sessions. See you soon, ma'am. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary ma'am. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself. There are a few messages in chat box appreciating. Okay, if there are no other questions, then I have one query, ma'am, because you have been making good recommendations. So in this, there is one query. We'll take that. From Renisha, do social work has more scope in our country, ma'am? From Renisha.
Sorry, is it a question? I didn't get it.
Yeah, it's a query from Renisha. She is asking, do social work has more scope in our country, ma'am?
Yes, definitely. Definitely, like if we see the new education policy, it has given a lot of importance on the social work. And if I relate with the Durgabai Deshmukh, she has done a lot of work on promoting social work, volunteerism, and definitely social worker has a very, very important role, not only at the local level but at the global level too. And I mean, if I talk about the work which we are doing, we place our students in the school system, in the health system, and our alumni, they are working in international organizations, national organizations, and some of our students, they have become the sarpanch, the village president of the village. So definitely, there's no doubt that that the social workers, definitely they have a very, very important role to play um, in the development of our country, and not only in the development of our country, but they also have a very important role to achieve the goals of the SDGs. 17 goals that we have and 169 targets that we have to achieve. So definitely, they have a very imperative role to play.
Thank you, ma'am. So hope the query is answered. Tanisha, you can confirm in chat box or by unmuting, whichever is convenient for you. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Any other queries you can share in chat box or you can unmute yourself. Yeah, Chandralekha ji, you have unmuted yourself.
Sir, very informative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bhavitra ji, you have unmuted.
Yeah, hello, sir. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. The session was very informative, ma'am. We are looking forward for more informative sessions from you, ma'am. We have gained so much of knowledge in this session. Thank you so much for organizing such a webinar, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bhavitra ji. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, then if there are no...
I want to take this opportunity because it's a good platform, because our BPS Women University, it is Women University, and it is one of the most important women university in North India. So definitely I would like to have any collaboration, if any college or any university who wants to have collaboration with our university, so they are welcome to do so. And we are happy to have collaboration or signing of any MOU with us. So definitely it would be mutually beneficial for both the universities if anyone is interested. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. I will convey the message. And as now, anyway, many of our friends are attending. So this message is already conveyed, and I will also personally convey message to our fraternity. Definitely, there is a need for everyone to collaborate and work with each other to strengthen ourselves.
Yes, yes. So somebody has asked me that how to contact me. You can please note down my email ID. It's Pawar Manju, PANWARMANJU Should I repeat? Pawar, PANWARMANJU So you can send your message on this email, and then we can have a contact over there.
Yeah, ma'am. So I think
No, this email ID. I'm just writing my email ID. It's wrong. I'm just writing just PANWARMANJU. This is the one. PANWARMANJU. It's not MANAU nahi hai. MANJU @gmail.com. I have sent but file 999 608 6737. I repeat, 999 608 6737.
Vipin Basuji, you have unmuted. Do you have any query? Vipenji? Okay. So you can also contact us if you have any query. You can just put your query in the feedback form. We will get back to the speaker, and we will communicate the necessary message to her so that she can also contact you. And we will also provide a contact number if required, if you need any collaboration or anything in particular. So, yeah, ma'am. So, lastly, I would like to ask you one thing. Today is also International Day for Girl Child, and you can recommend some suggestions on or an action plan how we can go to achieve at least 50% of gender equality in our, at least in our profession, in our fraternity. How we can go about it?
Yes. Sir, what we have done from our Department of Social Work, our university has organized some of the awareness programs in the adoptive village. And plus we, last year we conducted a workshop, national level workshop on some of the things that we can do both at the village level or at the national level. And apart from this, it's very, very important, as I also tell to my students, that you can make a little difference in the lives of women. Like when they go to the village, like our fieldwork practicum is very, very important. It is the heart and soul of our social profession. So if you educate a girl child, or if you motivate the parents of the girl child, that it's very, very important that we should send your daughter to the school, you have done a lot of work in terms of achieving the sustainable development goals. And I'm proud to mention that our students, when they go to the adoptive villages, they make it a point that they have formed the adolescent groups. They have formed the self-help groups. I mean, these are the social capital. These are the community-based organizations that our students have formed in the adoptive villages. And whenever we organize any program, they come and they discuss the development issues. I want to mention one example. Like recently, we conducted research, and we organized one program on the Anganwadi workers. You know, the ICDS, Integrated Child Development Schemes. We invited some of the Anganwadi workers, and there the girls, they come and they discuss that when we talk about the development, from their perspective, development is different. In terms of like in the Gram Sabha meeting, these girls, these women, they mentioned that development does not mean the infrastructure development. We do not want roads and infrastructure. In our term, development means that we should have a right to go to the school, because in the rural areas, or majority of the school, they are up to 5th standard or 10th standard, and after that either their parents are not allowing the girls to go to the school, or the girls, they do not want to go to the school because of various reasons. And in the Times of India, I was reading one of the article where it was mentioned that majority of the girls in the rural areas are not going to the school because they don't have the toilet. The schools, they don't have the toilet. So what we can do on this day is, like, we can make the people aware, or the sarpanch of the village, the village president of the village, that it's very, very important that if you really want to empower women, if you really want that the women should actively participate in the decision making, they must construct more rooms in the schools, or at least they have a sanitation facility in the school, so that the girls who want to get educated, they get a chance to get the education. Otherwise, there are many girls who want to get education, but because of the lack of sanitation facilities, they are not getting the education. So if we take a pledge on this day that yes, we will make a difference in the lives of girls by providing them good education, or for that matter, good healthcare, then definitely we can make a difference in their lives. So this is my suggestion, how we can empower our girl child for today's day, which is for them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
And I think even in our social work also, we need to bring more awareness, especially among girls, especially where
Yes.
how it is useful as a social work subject or profession, as a course. Why it is more useful for them rather than men comparatively, because they are the ones who manage families also, because they are the ones who are the caretakers of generally we talk about women and child department. Even family consists of not only just women and children, but also other members in the society. So that is more relevant for them, especially if they can manage in a better way, then the community is itself is, empowered with especially girls and women pursuing more such social work oriented careers. So in that way also, if we can take, maybe I have a thought on this platform right now, which has struck my mind. So if we can organize, an exclusive awareness program or a workshop or a seminar, which is dedicated for girls and women, how this social work course will be helping, will be useful for them as a career in future. Maybe that will help more girls and women to take up this course and, take up this profession as well.
Yes. No, sir, here I want to mention one of my experience, because when the parents, they come for the admission that, we want that our daughter should do MSW from our university. So when they take admission, they are very confused, like what will be the subject and how the teacher will be teaching them, because it is a pre-work is a very important component, and we tell the classroom teaching should be practiced in the adopted villages. So they are a little confused, like, is it safe for a girl? Is it will my daughter will be secure if you send to the village? But after 2 years, there is a big change, not only among the girls but also in the parents. They feel that yes, it's a very good choice that they made, and because in the university, majority of the students, they are not much aware about the social work. So what they do the political science or the history, all the traditional subjects. But when they take admission, the social work, their entire thinking, their perspective changes. So that is a very good thing for our department, that we not only make changes in the personality of a girl, but the family also acknowledges the sea changes that the department has done in her whole personality. So this I want to mention about the contribution of the social department in the personality development of the girl. Yes.
Yeah, good to hear that, ma'am. Maybe like these case studies we can share, especially when we are, creating awareness, that will also motivate more girls and women to join this profession.
Sure.
And also we need to have an exclusive day, I think, to commemorate and celebrate women social workers also. They, like today is a wonderful occasion where we are celebrating Nanaji's birthday. Similarly, we have, lots of women social workers. I think we need to propose a day also for women social workers, where we can commemorate, remember their contribution.
Right. Definitely, sir. So on the 8th March, we can propose this, that yes, we want to have a national level workshop or maybe international seminar or a conference on the women social workers and their contribution in the development of the country. So that can be done, yes. Thank you for the ideas.
There is one message from Bhavita.
Yes.
67% of the CSR activities in India is carried out by women social workers.
Oh, great.
That's wonderful.
Yes, definitely. Yes, it's a very good number, that more than 50%, like 67% of CSR activities. It's very good to see that. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much, ma'am, for in a short notice, you have accepted our invitation, and it was really a wonderful day and wonderful session. Especially our Vishnu Mohan Das ji is always, proactive in organizing.
Yes.
Definitely, he's completely preoccupied from morning we are attending so many sessions, and he's in the background
Yes, yes,
organizing so many events. In spite of that,
yes,
he was very effective in organizing and recommending our friends, so that all events are very much organized, and deliberations are taken away in a very channeled manner.
yes.
So take this opportunity to
Yeah.
thank Dr. Bishu Mohan Dasji, and also Dr. Manju Panwarji for joining us, accepting our invitation. And it was very nice that you joined us on the International Day for Girl Child and contributing your value additions to the seminar, ma'am. Thank you once again. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look
Yes.
forward for more sessions in future as well.
Thank you so much. Sir, I want to say a big thank you to Vishnu sir, because he came to our department as the academic auditor, and he guided us that your department should organize this Indian social work. So thank you so much, sir, because today we learned a lot of Indian social workers, not only from our students, but our faculty had a great discussion from 11 to 2, like all the social workers' contribution. And yes, it was indeed a very good session that we held with our students and with our faculty. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining and for
Thank you.
valuable time. Friends, hope you have enjoyed both the sessions, and it was really very insightful with a lot of takeaways from both the sessions. Then we will be moving on to our next session. Yeah, before we start our next session, we request everyone to fill the registration form, which has been raised in the form of polls. It is mandatory for everyone to submit the registration form, as it is through this registration form we get the data to prepare certificates. So we request everyone to fill the registration form. Once you join the meeting, you'll be presented with the registration form. You can fill all the details correctly so that the certificates can be generated. The registration form is active. It's available in the whole section. You can see. If you have accidentally closed, or if you're not able to access it, you can access from the polls quizzes menu in the Zoom platform, or you can quickly log out and log in back so that it will automatically appear. And you can fill the form. You can only fill the form once. So if you have already filled the form, no need to worry. Certificates will be shared within a week's time. A link will be sent to your emails, registered emails. Ensure that you are providing correct email address. There are no typing errors. And we will also provide the certificates link. All the certificates are available on the website, where you can visit the website and you can download your certificates in a week's time. So we are sharing the certificate or the website link for this event, where after 2-3 working days, you can visit the website and you can download your certificates from the website in case if you miss the email. So today, we are also commemorating International Day of the Girl Child. When we are talking about sustainable development, only when each and everyone, without leaving anyone behind, when they are part of this development activity, then only we can achieve sustainable development. That's why today, in the context of International Day of the Girl Child, where half of the population is female population, it is also very important for everyone to focus and empower girls and women to achieve sustainable development goals. The theme for International Day of Girl Child for this year 2023 is invest in girls' rights, our leadership, our well-being. Nearly 1 in 5 girls are still not completing lower secondary, and nearly 4 in 10 girls are not completing upper secondary school today. Around 90% of the young women do not use internet in low-income countries, while their male peers are twice as likely to be online. Globally, girls aged 5 to 14 spend 160 million more hours than day on unpaid care and domestic work than boys of the same age. Adolescent girls continue to account for 3 in 4 new HIV infections among adolescents. Nearly 1 in 4 married partnered adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 have experienced physical or sexual violence from an intimate partner at least once in a lifetime. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, 100 million girls were at risk of child marriage in the next decade. And now, over the next 10 years, up to 10 million girls worldwide will be at the risk of marrying as children because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this year, at a time when we are seeing a range of movements and actions to curtail girls' and women's rights and roll back progress on gender equality, we see particularly harsh impacts on girls. From maternal health care and parenting support for adolescent mothers to digital and life skills training, from comprehensive sexuality education to survivor support services and violence prevention programs, there is an urgent need for increased attention and resourcing for the key areas that enable girls to realize their rights and achieve their full potential. Responding to girls' calls for change, the global community must move beyond reaffirming commitments. And invest boldly in action needed to make that change. So when we pay attention, we see that already many girls are campaigning solutions and change in their communities. So together with our government and civil society partners, UNICEF, along with various organizations, international and local, are working towards achieving gender equality and women's empowerment, which is integral to each of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Only by ensuring the rights of women and girls across the goals, we will get to justice and inclusion, economies, the work for all, and sustaining our shared environment now and future generations. So now we invite our next speaker for the day. We have with us Dr. Indrajit Goswamiji. He is Professor, General Management Strategy and Alliance University, HR Alliance University, Bangalore, India. We welcome you, sir, and thank you for accepting our short notice invitation and joining us for delivering your session on validate the reliability in social work research. Now you can unmute yourselves and start your video and presentation.
Yeah, can you please unmute my video?
Yes, sir, you can do it yourself.
But no, it is not working. It is, the host is not allowing.
No, you can try it now once.
No, video is not, it is not allowing me. Can I continue without that?
Do you have two IDs, sir, or one ID?
No, one ID.
Okay, I will remove permissions and again, once again give you.
Yeah, check it.
Now, can you try once again?
Just hold on, please.
Yeah, actually, we can see your video is on here.
It is on. Now it is on.
But we can't see you. Maybe
Yes. Now it is there.
Yeah, now it's fine. We can see.
Yes. So thank you very much to the organizers, especially Dr. Vishnu, because I have come to know that Dr. Vishnu has recommended my name, and then in the evening I got this invitation. So I'm really very proud and excited to be part of this beautiful event. And academically, I belong to social work. I have worked in social work. I practiced social work for about 15 years. After that, due to certain life situations, contextual demand, I had to move from social work to management studies. So currently, I am teaching general management subjects, strategic management, also HR and organizational behavior at Alliance School of Business, Alliance University, Bangalore. So since I am a person with a lot of passion and interest in research, so I have chosen a topic that I think it sounds very much interesting to so many social work academicians, scholars, and students. That is how to validate the reliability in contemporary research. So let me just share my screen so that I can directly take all of you to the PPT and then I can deliver. Can I share the screen? Do I have the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. Is it visible to everybody?
Yes, sir. You can make it full screen.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it visible to everybody now?
Yeah, now it's fine, sir.
Yes. So the topic suddenly appeared in my mind when Florence Madam was talking to me over phone. And then immediately I coined this title and I shared with her. And then it became my responsibility to do justice to this particular topic. So I'll take at least 20-25 minutes to share my views about how to make our research initiatives in the domain of social work more effective, so that we all together can really satisfy the demand or the expectation or our desire, community, a collective desire to develop indigenous knowledge base in the profession. There is an opening question for all of us. Barney Glaser and Anselm Strauss, they two are very famous researchers in the field of grounded theory. They raised a question that we were unhappy about the way in which existing theories dominated social science research. So social science research, when I address commonly, definitely includes social work research as well. So these two philosophers, researchers are very unhappy how existing theories dominating the entire process of the research we pursue. And a kind of syndrome is existing in the field of social work research and social science research. And I believe because of that syndrome, we have not been able to develop a very sound indigenous knowledge base in Indian social work. They argued that researchers needed a method that would allow them to move from data to theory, because we all are very much, crazy. Our researchers are very much crazy. They are very much worried about hypotheses, objectives, statistical analysis, testing of hypotheses, then drawing a conclusion, then putting forward some recommendations. Okay, all those things are good so far as scientism is concerned. Definitely, the thesis becomes very sound, and they qualify to get a PhD degree, and they add doctorate as a prefix to their names. Everything is going on very nicely, but we have to think very critically that time has come whether our contributions are really making any difference in the field of social work education and practice in India. So, indigenization of social work definitely demands more attention on validity of data than reliability of any tool or method of research. We are a little bit obsessed whenever we select a tool, design a tool, or we sometimes hire a tool. We borrow some tool from different context, some developed by some European researchers, some Western researchers, maybe from UK or USA or Canada or Australia. And then we try to bring all those tools to measure, to test our very natural, very unique Indian context. So there is a very big mismatch between the tools designed in the Western institutes and their implications or their applicability in Indian situations. So that we have to understand as researchers and academicians, and then we have to try to find out some better alternative to add value to our endeavors as researchers. There is an example. I was reading a research paper, and then I got this particular paragraph, and it stuck in my mind. I thought, okay, I can share this with all of you today. See, anxiety, anger, and pity, all those together, we can define them as emotion. And it is right that all the researchers, when they do research, definitely they put everything under the definition of emotion, operational definition of emotion, or as a variable, as a construct, as a variable. And then anxiety is inclusive, anger is inclusive, pity is inclusive. But further instances of this category, if we just go forward, then this category could be joy, jealousy, and hate. These are also emotions. So if we take a construct, emotion, and then we bring a tool from some Western context, and then we use that tool to measure the behavior, the attitude, the emotion of a set of people or a set of samples. So the question mark always arises that the tool, whatever we are using, it must have, it could have a Kornberg alpha, value 0.8 or 0.7, 0.9. Absolutely fine. The tool is reliable, undoubtedly. But whatever data that tool generates, is it valid to our context, our situations, to draw inferences, to draw conclusions, to define, describe our social phenomena? That's the question. So comparing the various instances of emotion allows us to construct subcategories of emotion, such as emotions that require an object and that do not. Now, all those intricacies, it becomes our responsibility to address whenever we are defining a research problem, or you are designing a research approach. You're trying to understand, trying to design, research questions, and then objectives, then hypotheses. So that is really very, very important. So our focus should be constantly to think about whether the data, whatever I am going to collect, is it valid? Does it really address the situation or phenomenon under consideration? Constant comparative analysis ensures that a researcher does not merely build up categories, but also breaks them down again into smaller units of meaning. There are two aspects in building knowledge. One is, existing knowledge, that is theory-driven knowledge. Whatever theories already we have, so that drive us to understand a phenomenon. The theory-driven knowledge understanding. And the other one is means of knowing. The means of knowing must be purely contextual and indigenous. And there is the difference. And that bridge, that gap is still existing in the realm of social work research, or even I can say broadly in social science research. So it is not only a variable, but we have to rethink, reconsider, redefine, or we have to break down so that variables, whatever have been used in a contemporary research, we have to break down those variables further so that we can understand, we can respect the complexity, the diversity existing in our society. India is many ways different than other societies. We are a very complex democracy. We have different cultures, different traditions, different value systems. So it is very difficult to endorse everything or to include everything and justify within one or two research questions, or by just coining a research title in the field of social work. So I'm very much concerned about social work research because it's a practice profession. And when it is a practice profession, we have to be very careful, and we have to be very attentive to micro level demands, micro level situations, and micro level complexities. If everything is addressed with the macro level perspective, then definitely we are still far away from developing indigenous theories and indigenous knowledge space. So that you have to understand. So we have to shift our research attention on macro level perspective to micro level perspective so that we can ensure the validity of data. So that's the statement which I have said now. And some observations I would like to share with all of you. The research method, whatever generally is followed and used by social work researchers, social science researcher, it is it belongs to positivism. That is, we are very much concerned about the truth. We are very much concerned about the truth. That means our thinking process is arithmetic oriented. Our thinking process is arithmetic oriented. What I mean arithmetic oriented, because we know if the particular research, particular statistical technique is used, then either it will accept something or reject something, or will give us some numerical value, and that numerical value we will try to define and describe a situation. There are limitations. The positivism alone cannot explore the inner experiences. Okay, and if it is so, we as a researcher not paying attention and respect to our life itself, we are still overlooking our life situations. So let's see what appears next. So pragmatism, on the other hand, a researcher must inculcate. Every researcher has the right. There are postgraduate, qualified, educated, matured professionals. I do not understand why the researchers in our Indian institutions are afraid of taking responsibility of the work they're doing. So they need to be very much pragmatic in their philosophical underpinning, their philosophical construct or understanding, because it focuses attention on a particular situation and calls for utilizing pluralistic approaches to derive knowledge about that situation. It is very difficult to conduct a survey and make some critical observations, draw some solid conclusion about certain phenomena. Because whenever we conduct a survey, whenever we do some descriptive research, it gives us peripheral information. It never takes us to the inner core of the problem. And that is a proven truth. Somebody can come on screen after my presentation is over, can raise a lot of questions. I welcome. But this is a fact and this is a truth that survey can never take us to the core of a problem. It always keeps us on the periphery of every problem. So definitely you can understand, if we cannot reach the core of a problem, we really are helpless to help our people and help them to come out of their challenging life situations. Pragmatism accepts philosophically that there are both singular positivism and post-positivism aspect and multiple, that is interpretivism and constructivism realities out there. So we need to be very much open-minded. We need to be very much open-minded. We cannot embark on one particular domain, one particular avenue, and then try to address the huge complexities, vast complexities of our societies. Even if it is a small group or small community, still it consists lots of varieties in terms of diversity principles. So that particular aspect is very, very important when we are conceptualizing, when we are thinking about our project, when we are thinking about our doctoral contribution to the existing knowledge base. Could we argue that no matter how many theoretical approaches, one minute is forwarding. So no matter how many theoretical approaches, data sets, and analysis are part of a project, a research question will never be addressed in all its complexity. That's why the social work research in the current context demands more research question-based, doctoral studies. We, as a community, should encourage our scholars not to take up descriptive design, not to take up certain objectives and hypotheses from the existing literature, sourcing from existing literature, sourcing from existing theories, and then move forward, we have to take a call that let us do next 10, 15 years, let us concentrate on inductive research so that we can understand the uniqueness of the data we collect. And from that, we should develop some insights to understand our social phenomena. And unless we do this, we take it as a movement, we are far away from building indigenous knowledge base. Where do we stand now? Are we following certain trends? I just give you some indicative contrasts. These are all stimuli for my fellow academicians and my dear researchers. I'm giving some stimuli for you to think about. Are we following certain trends, or are we ready to trend set? Are we reproducing the existing work? Because most of, about 80 to 90% researches in the field of management studies, in the field of social science, they are all repetitive in nature. That means we are reproducing whatever already existing in the realm of research. We have to take courage to go for innovation. We do intent hijack, not ideation. Intent hijack, somebody has done something, we just simply follow and pollute our mindset, pollute our mental frame, and that mental frame deviates us from our own cognitive abilities. Every individual is blessed with a cognitive capability, independent thinking process. If the researcher surrenders his or her independent thinking process to the content which is already existing in the internet or libraries, then we are far away from ideation. And if we, as a researcher, if we cannot go for ideation, definitely we are not utilizing the cognitive capabilities which has been gifted to us by the Almighty. We are obsessed for statistics. We never think about going back to basics. We believe in standard operating procedure because university rules and regulations, and there is the pressure of my peer groups of colleagues, friends, relations. So we always do PhD or any other research project under a lot of pressure. That's why we sometimes fail to address the innovative approaches to incorporate in our research endeavors. Okay, we believe in going with some perception. Somebody has done some work, so I read those things and I build my perception. And we are not ready, we do not take courage, we do not use our wisdom to experience the reality and then develop insights. Theory testing and theory building, that all of us know what I want to mean here. Then rationality versus originality and contextuality. What rationality is meant here? Rationality means the entire research process, conceptualization is borrowed. Most of the research scholars in institutions across India, they try to adopt something which will make their doctoral journey comfortable, anxiety-free, so that they can complete the thesis in time and submit and get doctoral degree. So our approach mostly rational. So whatever people have said already, we use those. We never develop a courage to challenge them, and to find out some contrast by comparing them with the current context in our social settings or institutional settings. So there is a difference. So mostly it is deduction, not induction. And that's why we completely or predominantly we rely on reliability of a tool, reliability of a method, but we compromise with the validity of data. The cognitive triangle, which I have been talking about. So this is the cognitive triangle. Every researcher is having this as a gift of God. But question is, our thought process is hijacked. Most of the times, this is what I have observed as a guide, as a supervisor of doctoral studies, that our students surrender to certain thought processes. They do not utilize their own thought processes. They are influenced and they get biased by reading literature, mostly Western. And then we do not try to find out a matching or a kind of connection between those thoughts and philosophies to our realities. And it becomes a very dangerous move as a researcher, because whatever we are trying to create, living in the gap or the vacuum, and that definitely cannot contribute some substantial value to our existing demand for developing indigenous literature. Current trends of knowledge, a small example I'm giving, this is what we all practice, because it is, lack of knowledge means we build perception through reading of existing literature, inferences given by some Western scholars, Western universities, institutes, because especially whenever it is a question of social work practice, India cannot have an Indian model of social work. There is a debate. There could be debate, because India is so diverse. A social work model which is very much suitable for a middle class, so-called middle class people, that particular model may not be suitable for an indigenous community, a Santhal, a tribal community in a particular village of our country. So it is good to talk about indigenous social work, but definitely there is further scope to contextualize that knowledge to respective regions and geophysical areas. So whenever we say lack of knowledge means we do not have pratyaksha gyan. A researcher cannot move forward without developing pratyaksha gyan. And I'll come to a few slides of philosophies, and there I'll clearly define the solid background of Indian darshan, then Western, our Eastern philosophy, and a couple of more things, so that you get a lot of inspiration and then move forward and think about for your future endeavors. So from perception, we develop assumption and then hypothesis. Hypotheses are purely guided by positivist orientation. And just a few minutes back, I have given you the difference between positivism and pragmatism. If you are not pragmatic, if you follow positivist, then you are very rational. If you are very rational, you always embark on the truth, you ignore reality, and then whatever is created out of a thesis that hardly addresses the current situations or life of Indian people. This is the problem you can just see. And this happens whenever we continue research, this happens. The foreign literature, mostly old data, residual reviews, no contextualization, that is apratyaksha gyan. And with that, we try to develop some conceptualization for our research project. And we start our journey with ajnana, that is misapprehension, ajnana. That becomes the basis of our research journey. And that leads us to distorted views, and then karma, we suffer. Somehow we manage to get doctoral degree, but the creation by us hardly adds value to the life and situation of our society and our communities, our people. So what we have to do, the mindset or disposition, so we have to think about here. We have to take a call that we should we give more emphasis on the reliability of a tool or method, or should we take some risk, use our wisdom, be pragmatic, and start critical thinking? That's very much essential. The disposition, how we choose to be and to act. Our intellectual disposition will determine what we are going to contribute. So that's if it is a borrowed disposition, hardly it contributes something to our society, our knowledge system. If we utilize our own disposition, our own intellectual disposition, our own cognitive abilities, definitely there is a chance that even if it is 10% or 20%, something new will come out of our PhD thesis, which can really transform life of people and life of Indian institutions. Action dispositions. The traits of a critical thinker. Persistence, yes. Are you diligent? Do you have self-respect? Do you have self-efficacy? A researcher must have self-efficacy, that is, respect to his or her own capabilities, respect to his or her own confidence. That is very, very important. My entire research idea or journey should not be dominated by some external or third party, or my research idea, I should not borrow it from some other sources. Then patience, do we believe in precision? Very, very important. So we need to have patience. Deliberation. Do we constantly search for connections and patterns? Hardly. I can, if I just talk to there's so many participants, those who are attending this particular conference, that have we ever tried to understand the relationship between the existing theories and concepts, whatever is there, 15 years, 100 years, 50 years, or 100 years old, and do they have any connection to the current patterns of behavior and functioning of people, or the thought process of people? Collegiality, it is something we hardly do. Do we like to share ideas for getting others' views? We write a paper, we do a research. Sometimes I find that scholars are not interested to appear before the doctoral committee. They are not ready to discuss their ideas and their plans with other researchers, other teachers, other peers. Until we do this, we cannot create something innovative or creative. Research is a product of collective intelligence. I may be a researcher, I may be doing PhD somewhere in some institute, university, but my entire research journey, if it is so narrowed, and if it is so much dominated by my own thought process, then that thesis cannot be a holistic contribution for the society. So we have to use the collective intelligence. We have to share, we have to discuss, we have to get views, and then we have to incorporate whatever we learned during discussion, interaction with others, and then we have to enrich the work. What do you want to contribute? What do you want to contribute? Are we trying to present a position, a thesis that defines the current state of knowledge about a topic? Or are we using the current knowledge about a topic as the basis for arguing a thesis that defines a research problem for further study? I give you two options here. You think about and tell. Thesis 1, understanding the process of social drift among the homeless, a qualitative analysis. And thesis 2, a study on different factors responsible for social drift of the homeless. In 90% cases, you will find the scholars go for thesis 2. Because it requires a descriptive analysis. Just they will prepare some questionnaire. The questionnaire, where a researcher will always think about the reliability of the question, the scale used in the question. And then they will try to conduct a survey, and they will try to understand the different factors responsible for the drift of homeless people. But this particular research, this particular trend hardly will help us to understand the actual life situations of the homeless. And that will mislead the practitioners and the policymakers. And definitely this entire thing will cripple down. Entire thing will, never address the actual life settings of situations, demands, welfare needs of the homeless. So the thesis 1, we have to think about. We have to go with that. It could be a qualitative analysis, but if we are going for a PhD, then we can use a mixed method research. And after doing a qualitative analysis, we can just go and test the data and build a theory and test the theory and then conclude. And that definitely can transform the practice, the teaching, the learning process in the domain of social work. Very simply, I'm just a couple of philosophy I'll just share with you, then I'll take a call. Indian Nyaya Shastra, Gautama, it clearly says about darshan. What is darshan? Darshan is different than philosophy. It is Indian philosophy. It is based on Lakshana Karanam. Lakshana Karanam means what? It demands participatory research. Our Indian philosophy very clearly demands participatory research. But I know everybody will agree that majority of our researchers in social science domain, descriptive research, and descriptive research is not 100%, is not a perfect participatory research. Clear? And so you have to understand this. We have to use the discipline of logic, that is Tark Shastra. When we use Tark Shastra, we open the window of our wisdom. We utilize our wisdom. We utilize our own cognitive capability, our own thought process, and we build arguments. If we researcher, we cannot build arguments. If we cannot triangulate the data, then definitely we cannot build arguments. If we cannot build arguments, we cannot put forward our findings. We cannot convince the research community, and then hardly that kind of research will definitely will not add value to our existing knowledge practices. So science of argument, science of reasoning, and rationality. Rationality, where conclusion is drawn from premises by sequel of cognitive steps, which can be followed, verified, and would be accepted as truth for everyone, not for one individual or a small group. Understand? So that's what I'm telling. Reliability alone cannot or should not dominate the research findings and the research process. But we have to contextualize it. We have to think about that, how a particular selected sample, what are the different characteristics that I'm looking for in the sample, so that my sample can address a larger community issues. Otherwise, that set of data and that set of findings hardly will have any validity. This is the Buddhism Zen very clearly demands and very clearly tells about that, which addresses the situation, current situation. In the realm of contemporary research, we need to recognize the value of both subjective experiences and objective measurements. But we know that when it is objective measurements, we talk more about reliability of method and tools. So hardly we address the subjective experiences in understanding complex phenomena. And this resonates with the idea of embracing both wisdom and compassion. So this is given in our philosophy. These are all Eastern philosophies. Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudhaiva, he talks about yoga. So when he talks about yoga, he says very clearly that in the realm of contemporary research, this is implication of the philosophy, the yoga philosophy, or the that its implication on contemporary research. The essence of yoga is missing in our research, which is possible through the union of different aspects of life. Yoga seeks to integrate body, mind, and spirit. Body, mind, and spirit. It calls for integrating research approaches to gain a more complete understanding. It indicates that please do not rely on a single research method, and then do not rely on a set of objectives. The objectives where mostly the researcher understands where to reach. When we frame objectives, we frame objectives in research when we know where to go. Is it so easy that we all, as a social worker, we understand our social situations? We understand the phenomena existing in the mind of people, in the life of people, the life situations of people, the communities, the poor, the underprivileged, the girls, the women, the suffering communities. How could we frame a set of objectives and then hypotheses based on the existing literature, mostly foreign, and then go ahead and do research and draw conclusion? It's very difficult. So as yoga demands an integration of body, mind, and spirit, similarly, as a researcher, we need to understand that there are different research methods, and we have to use a strategic combination so that we can create a convergence of novel approaches to minimize the limitations of every method and create something which is holistic, which is very broad, and which can understand and explain the situations in reality. What is knowledge? Knowledge always stands between or falls between the truth and the reality. If we ignore truth and completely rely on reality, so that cannot be a knowledge. If we completely go with positivism, and ignore the interpretivism and collectivism, constructivism, then that knowledge will never be progressive knowledge. That knowledge never be progressive knowledge. So knowledge should progress, knowledge should progress, knowledge should be updated, developed, and then definitely it falls between truth and reality. And in research, if we constantly embark on positivism, that is science, or science do have limitations. So we have to come down from science and we have to understand what is actually the context is, how the people's life is changing, how the social demands are changing, how the phenomena is changing, and the changing experience of people. If that is not incorporated, I do not think that we can create a progressive knowledge. This is Laozi Eastern philosophy, or Tao Te Ching, and that too demands that similarly, it also demands that in research, we need to strive for more holistic understanding of the phenomena by recognizing and embracing the interdependent nature of these approaches. Researchers can uncover richer and more nuanced insights into the complexities of reality. So reality is very, very important when you talk about social work research. It is not truth. It is not only hypothesis. It is not only the existing knowledges and concepts and theories, whatever is existing in the books for last 100 years. So indigenization demands a shift of our focus. As a researcher, it demands a shift of our focus from objectivity to subjectivity, from descriptive design to exploratory design to qualitative design to mixed method research. So then only we can ensure that yes, we are equally paying attention to reliability principle as well as validity principle, and then those can create something fruitful for our people and society. Socrates said, this is the last, wisdom as perceived consists of knowledge, understanding, and ability. That is called a tripartite. That is referred as tripartite. Knowledge, understanding, and ability to apply that knowledge. These three construct the wisdom of a researcher. So by combining different research approaches, researchers can gain both theoretical knowledge and practical understanding of the subject matter. And this holistic approach to research aligns with the belief that true wisdom comes from the integration of different forms of knowledge and pursuit of self-reflection. As a researcher, we must practice this self-reflection and our wisdom. And then only we can definitely address the requirement of validating of reliability. Are we ready now to take a call and some kind of commitment that yes, as an academician, as a research guide, as a research scholar, we should think about it and we should try to understand the demands of the situation, so that as a social work practitioner, as a researcher, as academician, educators, we can definitely contribute something valuable for the people and society. Are we driven by our pet viewpoints or prejudices? Every researcher must have his or her own viewpoints. A doctoral study is meant for that. We should not be moved by, we should not be dominated by, driven by someone else's ideas. We should read that, we should learn from that, but we should try to connect those to the reality, and then we should move forward. So we must take the courage and use our wisdom as a researcher. Do we have any preconceptions or personal attachments? You have to understand this. Biases, premature conclusions, yes, most of the cases it happens. This is what I have experienced, even among the social work researchers. Before they conceptualize, before they define problem, they remain crazy to choose what kind of statistical analysis they are going to use, what kind of conclusions they must, their research must lead to. So whenever this kind of things happen, it is referred to be as a biased process. Some process with some prejudices, some preconceptions. And unless until we can delete those things, we can eradicate those things from our thought process, our researches will keep on continuing, giving more value to reliability than validity of data. So let's stay open-minded. I think this is what I wanted to communicate to all of you through this brief video, this presentation. If you have any questions, 5 minutes or 7 minutes, if the organizers permit, I can take 2 or 3 questions and then I can end up.
Thank you, Dr. Indrajit. You have opened up a lot of perspectives and viewpoints. It's very much required, especially when we are dealing with the research, as you rightly pointed out, especially with the social sciences. We need to consider all these because of dealing with the complex data that we are dealing with. So very well presented, sir. Actually, we could have given you more time, in fact, to do a better justice, but
I know.
paucity of time, we couldn't give us much more time. But definitely in coming days, we will take this opportunity to invite you once again to have more dedicated sessions in future, which can really, contribute to our fraternity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I enjoyed time here, and if I could add at least 10%, some things to instigate the mind of the budding researchers, this will be a great gift to me, and I get honored to be. Nothing else. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can share in chat box, and you can unmute now yourself one by one, and you can share your thoughts or clarification, feedback.
Is still my PPT is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Last slide is there.
Okay, but I want to stop sharing.
So I will do it from my end, sir. No.
Okay, please. Yeah. Yes. I can take up a few questions, couple of questions, maybe 1 or 2. And I'd be happy, because if there are some questions, I can definitely understand how effective it was, whether I've been able to reach the intellect of some of you or not.
Yeah, friends, you can now unmute yourself. You have been provided with permissions. You can unmute yourself and ask your queries or share your feedback.
I have a feedback. This is Dr. O'Donnell from Arizona State University.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, please.
Goswami, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I agree, as researchers, the challenge to focus on reality, right? By the terms you mentioned, precision,
Yes,
lack of bias, persistence. Those are all things that are very important. I also liked your integration of what do you want to call it, philosophy or spirituality, including yoga and Tao. And I would just note, in my own work, I'm speaking next, but in my own work, I've integrated increasingly mindfulness, meditation, and Buddhism, which is really focused on using meditation to understand your biases and trying to overcome those, right? And see more what reality is, because there is a reality that we can acknowledge. Maybe with social media, people don't believe in reality anymore, but I think there is still reality we can strive for. And I think your presentation was a very good balance of scientific and philosophical or spiritual issues that we need to pay attention to as human beings, as well as researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ronald. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ronald, for your contribution. Anyone else would like to share? You can quickly unmute yourself so that we can save some time. I know this, I know we all know this subject is not so easy. In spite of so much of experience, we still struggle, doing statistics and research work. That is where we all struck. We can understand the complexity involved even in understanding the subject. But as far as, whatever Dr. Indrajit has covered, I think you are at least able to take up the concepts. So definitely in coming days, you can start exploring those concepts. And if time permits and if feasibility permits, we will also take up. Definitely, I am more interested in these topics to be dealt in much more detail. In coming days, we will definitely take it up. I see a lot of appreciation messages in the chat box. So thank you very much. Once again, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Indrajit.
Thank you. Thank
all
you
the
so
way joining us on this busy day. And we have to thank our Vishudasji. He's very much occupied since this day. He's the forefront runner for all the events that are happening from morning till late night. And he was very effective even in organizing this event also. So I take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Indrajit Goswamiji, for joining us and taking valuable time and resources for joining us and contributing. Definitely your presentation has been a value addition on this occasion. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. Thank you very much. Friends, after this wonderful session, we have been enjoying the academic deliberations since the start of this event from 6 o'clock, and we have gained a lot of insights from the 3 presentations. Now we are moving to our next presenter, who is, we are very much well acquainted with our beloved professor, respected Professor Ronald O'Donnell. He is clinical professor, psychologist from Arizona State University, USA. And he is also founding director of the Doctor of Behavioral Health program in Arizona State University. He is also a senior global future scientist and Julie and Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, and has been providing lectures, consultation, and training across the globe on integrated care in various countries like China and India. And he is collaborating with the colleagues in Vietnam, China, India, and to develop a curriculum and to develop a new workforce of social workers for integrated care. And many times, Professor was so kind enough to deliver and train many social workers. And because ours is a multidisciplinary platform, so Sir was very instrumental in training various disciplines over this platform. So we welcome you, Sir, once again for joining us. And we are looking forward for your wonderful presentation even today. Over to you for your presentations.
Very good. Thank you for the introduction. I really appreciate that. And it's good to see all of you again. I'm Professor Ron O'Donnell, a clinical psychologist. I work for Arizona State University in Phoenix, Arizona. I do want to do a quick sharing information. I'll use the chat for this. Hang on one second. So I do sponsor Integrated Healthcare Conference once or twice a year, and the next one is coming up next week. It'll be online and in person in Arizona, and you can look at the registration there if you're interested. It's free registration for students and inexpensive for professionals. So just you can check the registration link out. And if you're interested, let me know if you have any questions about that now or after the meeting. My talk today is about integrated healthcare. I've been talking about that for years now, and Integrated healthcare is the holistic approach to treat mind and body, right? To make sure we're addressing physical health, lifestyle, mental health, spirituality, all together. And the challenge is in our workforce, we often have medicine focused on the medical aspects, not really addressing how do you address unhealthy lifestyles that cause chronic disease? How do you address poor nutrition and diet, lack of physical activity, things that lead to hypertension, diabetes, even cancer and stroke, of course. So the solution I've been focusing on in my work as I work globally is identifying a new workforce. And social workers seem to be one of the best suited because they're widely available in most countries. They have basic training on engaging clients in a very positive, solution-focused way. And they can help be a new team member for physicians and nurses in primary care and hospitals. This is now very common in USA. I know there are medical social workers in India. It's a growing area, but still a small area. So my hope is to train social workers to improve integrated healthcare access for clients, both in medical settings, hospitals, primary care clinics, also in the community, because I know many social workers do community-based work, and this is also a good fit for that. So I'm going to cover today an evaluation we did recently of a curriculum for integrated healthcare for social workers in Hanoi, Vietnam. And I'll begin my presentation by sharing my slides. Just a moment. So I work with the University of Labor and Social Affairs in Hanoi, Vietnam to develop a curriculum for one course for social work students, master level students. We spent about a year and a half developing the curriculum, testing it, and then doing a formal evaluation. And some of the things Dr. Goswami talked about, how do you translate evidence from Western nations to other countries is really critical, because you can't simply take an approach like cognitive behavioral therapy in USA and plop it down in Vietnam or India without making adjustments for the client population, for the clinician's background training, for the healthcare system. So that's always a key part of my work. I always share my contact information. If anyone wants to contact me for questions or collaboration, please feel free to email me or on WhatsApp on my phone number. Say hi. I've been doing global research since 2010, first with many trips to China, where I go there often 3 or 4 times a year and spend time in person doing training sessions for physicians, nurses, psychologists on integrated healthcare. For example, how to address depression with diabetes. How do you help people with diabetes improve their physical activity, improve their diet to lose weight? And I've since expanded my work to Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, and more recently, India, working with Cyber University School of Social Work, and now in Bangladesh, People's University of Bangladesh. The problem we're facing globally is a triple epidemic. We have COVID-19, which is here to stay as a ongoing problem. It's caused much suffering, economic problem, and even though it's improved in terms of resilience and immunity, it's still a major problem that's going to be with us. We have non-communicable diseases increasing globally, hypertension, diabetes, etc. We have mental health problems globally increasing, psychological distress, depression, pain. These are all increasing globally, I think because of the stress we're facing globally in many different areas. We have supply chain problems from COVID. We have economic problems. We have global conflict. We read in the news daily about new wars and conflict erupting. We have a very stressful lifestyle with people having to struggle for work and finances. We have social media often being a very negative influence, right? Leading to people being angry and biting each other rather than using it for a positive purpose. So for many reasons, we're seeing a triple epidemic of COVID-19 combined with chronic disease, combined with mental health problems. We know that COVID-19 and non-communicable diseases are related. If you have a non-communicable disease like high blood pressure or diabetes, and you're infected with COVID, you're at risk for much worse outcomes. We know that the major causes for non-communicable diseases are our lifestyle behaviors, things we can control, especially unhealthy eating, tobacco smoking, physical inactivity, and excess use of alcohol. Those 4 behaviors account for the majority of all non-communicable diseases globally. So if we can address these unhealthy behaviors, and improve them, we can reduce chronic disease. We know the pandemic caused a spike in anxiety, depression, but that spike was already increasing. We're already seeing increasing depression, pain, anxiety globally before COVID, and that's increasing after COVID. So here's the health problem. We have this triple epidemic, and we have to find a way to address these problems that require behavioral interventions, integrated behavioral health interventions that integrate medicine and counseling and social work. The workforce problem is that we have excellent physicians and nurses globally, but their time is so focused on too many patients. All they can do is brief visits, often for medication management, which is critically important, right? Medication is critical, but they have no time or training to do, treating depression with psychotherapy or counseling. They have no training to help patients stop smoking or improve their diet or physical activity. We have a great explosion of technology to help patients, smartphone apps that can help address diabetes, exercise, diet, all kinds of health problems can now be addressed with your smartphone app. We have wearables, your smartphone watch, your Fitbit, or other kind of activity tracker that can give you, a client, real-time feedback on your health and help you to improve your health through self-monitoring. The problem is we're not recommending these routinely to patients in clinical practice. So I think a solution, this is the complex problem. No one solution is sufficient, but one solution is integrated healthcare for social workers. Having social workers trained to expand their role from traditional social work to becoming a health coach, a guide for the client to help them improve their health. Integrated healthcare in the United States is the integration of primary care and behavioral health. Behavioral health meaning I'm going to address medication management for diabetes. I'm going to address lifestyle unhealthy behavior. I'm going to address depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder with the medical team. In the USA, we have social workers now working in the primary care clinic as part of the medical team with the physicians and nurses. If the doctor sees a depressed patient, they'll say, please see my social worker down the hall in her office now. So the integrated care means in the same place, the same time. This is not common, I know, globally. And my hope is to see more social workers integrated care in hospitals and certainly even in primary care, which is not common now, I know, in India. The social worker becomes a health coach, helping the patient to navigate and address their medical problems, their psychiatric and substance use problems, and lifestyle problems. So we developed a curriculum to help train social workers in these areas. I should say we developed this in Vietnam as a class. I've been using the same curriculum, a shortened version of it, for the last year and a half, doing education and online training for social work interns in Cyber University in India, with good results. It's an ongoing, we're repeating our training every year for the interns there, and we're trying to get better each time. There are many challenges, but it's a great program. My focus today is more on the curriculum, though. So first, we have a definition of integrated healthcare. I'm not going to go into this in detail, I just kind of covered it briefly, and you can share my slides after the presentation. But it involves understanding integrated healthcare as I just described it in more detail. There are different models of integrated healthcare, the most common being the primary care behavioral health, where the physician will have a social work right there in the clinic and refer the patient to them. If that's not available, having the clinician in the community being able to help the patient to address their medical, lifestyle, and psychiatric needs, and then consulting with the doctor either in the hospital or in the clinic is also the next best model. We talked about stepped care or public health model also being critical. The role of the social worker, it means they transition from their traditional role, which is patient support, finding resources, connecting families to community resources, to being an active health coach, giving the patient guidance and advice how to help address their health problems that are both medical, lifestyle, psychiatric, and substance abuse. It requires a generalist, a social worker that has good basic skills in behavioral interventions for all these problems. We did an evaluation of this section with the social work students, faculty, and hospital social workers in Hanoi, Vietnam. And we found very good results for this first section. For the overview, the great majority agreed or strongly agreed that the information was clear, understandable terminology. It was very important to professional social workers in Vietnam. They felt it would be accepted by physicians and nurses in Vietnam. It would help to improve the outcomes. So it was great to see very positive feedback from social work students, faculty, and social workers practicing in the hospitals on the first section about what is integrated healthcare. The next section was more of hands-on, how do you do integrated healthcare? We focused on patient screening and engagement. How do you screen a patient to know what kind of problems they have? How do you engage them to be involved in treatment? For our patient screening, we trained the social workers to understand medical screening, things like laboratory values for blood pressure, blood glucose, lipids, what is obesity. We helped them screen using short questionnaires for psychiatric problems like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder. And we used a self-report measure that we actually developed and used in Asia, and patients seemed to like it. It was short, maybe 25 questions, about 15 minutes, wasn't too long, but it gave you a very quick snapshot of all the key problems your patients are having medically, lifestyle, psychiatric. We focus on motivational interviewing as the key training. How do you engage patients who are not motivated, who are ambivalent about change? Many patients, they know they should stop smoking, but they can't because there are too many benefits of smoking. It helps them to relax. It helps them to spend time with their friends chatting. So it's very difficult. And motivational interviewing is one proven technique to help social workers and clients improve motivation to help address especially lifestyle changes, changing your diet, changing your physical activity, stopping smoking, reducing unhealthy alcohol use. We use an approach called the 5 A's to help engage the patient, which means you do an assessment, you advise the patient what to do, you reach agreement. The patient and social worker agree on the next steps, then develop a treatment plan and make referrals. This is a very important way of engaging the patient to have them be part of the conversation. It's called patient-centered care. We found again, the evaluation for this section was very strong. The social work students and faculty and practitioners found the language of this section clear. They found it very important for social workers, very acceptable, and would help improve care for patients if it was offered more often in Vietnam. The last was integrated care interventions, actual interventions to train the social workers to use with clients. We did an overview of the most common brief interventions, behavior activation for depression, which is a shortened form of CBT for depression, problem-solving therapy, mindfulness meditation, screening and brief intervention for alcohol. Dr. Gazwana mentioned yoga, very underutilized and very beneficial for mental health, lifestyle problems. And then traditional medicine, Ayurveda medicine in India, and traditional medicine in Vietnam is also very popular. So we focused on these areas and we trained specifically in great detail on behavior activation, on mindfulness meditation, on problem-solving therapy, and habit change. How do you change habits for lifestyle? We offered very detailed training for social workers on those aspects. We offered integrated lifestyle, medical and lifestyle problem training. How do you address hypertension, insomnia? We don't expect a social worker to be as knowledgeable as the physician or nurse, just to have basic knowledge to understand the diagnoses, the onset, the prevalence, the course, and especially what kind of health behaviors must change to prevent or improve these problems. So that's the focus of our training for social workers, not to be medical providers, but to be health coaches to help the patient understand these are major problems. What do these blood values mean? Why are they important? Why should I change? And then to offer health coaching with a focus on habit change science. How do you use habit change science to improve health behaviors? I give separate talks to this group on habit science. I'll have to do it again in the future. And last of all, treatment planning and follow-up, because if you don't follow the patient up for 6, 12 months, the odds are they're not going to actually follow through and be consistent in making changes, whether it's medication adherence, whether it's changing habits, whether it's working on depression. These are often chronic conditions that require long-term follow-up. That should be part of the social worker's role of following up the patient, even if it's just a phone call or a text message over time. And again, we found the same results in our evaluation, that there was great agreement. This is a very clear approach, very important, will be acceptable by doctors and nurses, and will help improve treatment outcomes. So we know there are many barriers to integrate healthcare for social workers. Most countries lack financial resources to train and incorporate social workers in primary care and hospital settings. Many physicians and nurses don't know what integrated care is and feel that the social worker doesn't have a good role to play working with them. We need to improve social work competencies to deliver these interventions. There are facilitators too, though, meaning things that support this. So social workers education, especially for master level social workers, it's already very good for engaging clients, educating them, finding resources. Once you train and educate leaders, hospital leaders, Ministry of Health leaders, on why integrated healthcare is important to reduce and prevent chronic medical conditions, they become champions and want to support you. We need to have more local champions. I will say that our work in Vietnam, we've now finished that curriculum. They're now working on developing the course. And we actually wrote an entire textbook to accompany the course for social workers. I hope that someday we can find a publisher for that and translate that and make it available in India also. So that work is continuing, and we're going to be going. I'm going to India. To Vietnam again this fall to help promote the book and do initial training for students there in Vietnam. So in summary, we have a world that's full of stress that's causing increases in chronic disease, increases in psychological problem and emotional and physical pain. Physicians and nurses are doing a great job, but they're also stressed out, facing burnout. They haven't got time to become health coaches they're training. And my view is that social workers, as well as community health workers, lay people, can be well trained to do brief interventions to help assess, screen assess, engage, and offer treatment to patients, behavioral treatment, lifestyle change, short interventions for depression that will be successful in improving these problems that are so predominant and so global. And in turn, I like to see social workers, once they're trained and proficient, training community health workers, lay people in the community to do the same kind of work. That's been very effective also. So I will stop there. I gave a short talk today. I know I covered a lot of ground. I thank you all for your time and attention. I'm sorry I'm traveling in my car today. I'm sorry for that inconvenience. Hope the sound and volume was okay. And I really want to just thank you again for your time and attention this evening and wish you a great day. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me or raise them right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Runal. It was a really informative session. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Good night, sir.
Hi, Mary.
Good night, sir. It was a wonderful session, sir. I learned a lot from your session. Very informative. It's new topic for me, so I learned a lot from your session, sir. God bless you. Hope to see you in more sessions in our platform, sir. Thank you for agreeing also, sir, to be a speaker today.
Thank
I'm
you,
very
Mary.
happy to see you, sir.
And
God
for the
bless
rest,
you,
I did include my conference link for registration in the chat. I also included my email. The first was a mistake. The second one is correct. And I include my WhatsApp number. I feel free to contact me on WhatsApp also if you want to chat. So hope to see you again in one of these meetings or in my own personal communication. Thank you for your time. I look forward to our next conversation. Bye-bye, all.
Thank you, Professor, for taking all the time, joining us. And we wish you all the success for future endeavors. We will be sharing the link. And thank you for extending the opportunity for attending the conference, which you have shared. Friends, we have shared registration form in the form of polls. We request everyone, those who are attending, kindly register yourself. It is mandatory, as through the registration form, we get your data so that we can prepare your certificates. So we request everyone to register yourself. After this wonderful session from Professor Ronald, we'll be moving to our next session. By Dr. Chandrakala Diyalaji. She is Senior Assistant Professor from Amity University, Noida. She would be talking and presenting on sustainability and Gandhian philosophy. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation. We welcome you, ma'am, on the occasion of Indian Social Work Day. And thank you for accepting invitation in short notice. And you have been very kind enough in contributing to this platform since last 3 years when we have launched this series.
Thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for having given this opportunity to me. And today being, International Day for Girl Child, I congratulate each and everyone who's there in the conference today. And let us all take a vow to make this earth a better place for girl child or all the children across the world. And thank you, Ravindra sir, once again. And today I'm going to speak on, Gandhian philosophy on sustainability. As far as sustainability is concerned, what is sustainable development? See, development is, when development is supposed to be, enabling every individual not to leave the last person, in the sense we are supposed to enhance the capability of every individual to show their maximum potentiality, as far as development is concerned. But today's development, it's a mixed or very wrong concept, as far as development is concerned. All we get to see is concretization, And when I'm teaching my children every time what is development and all, so they are saying, ma'am, development is all to do with quality of living, having proper infrastructural development, proper roads, all the institutions that we use, that we require, needs to support human capabilities to enhance it and bring it to the highest potentiality. But, we are living in a world which is very contradictory in nature. We are not living the way it is supposed to have been lived. Sustainable development is nothing, but it's just like, you have to see, Earth is a very sustainable planet, right? And we've got to understand this is gift of nature. And we've got to understand that whatever now we are living through, and then while we are living, we are not supposed to leave any waste, when we leave this planet. In the sense, human population, the civilization is going to grow ahead, but we should live in a manner that is not going to add waste, on the planet. But today's life of consumerism, today's life of, hyper consumerism or showmanship or fully concretization, and today's life of and
I'm sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Your voice is breaking. We can't hear you properly. We can connect to Wi-Fi or a stable network.
Am I audible, sir?
We can hear partly only, not completely.
So, regarding this,
you can try switching off video, ma'am, and try.
Okay. So we are
Is there an issue with the voice, ma'am?
Huh?
The voice is breaking. We can't hear you properly.
Oh my God. I'll just make
Yeah,
it
now
happen.
it's fine, ma'am.
Achha, okay. So, Gandhiji was, much ahead of time, and he has shown with a lot of his philosophy that how are we supposed to live, And he said, as per his philosophy, he said that earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. And our future depends on what we do in the present time, And he has even given us a way to live, and his own life epitomizes that how we are supposed to live. So when we are, these days development, when we are talking about, it is more to do with economic development. Our focus is more on economic development. And that has become a marker of country's growth. So it is, when we are talking about development, it should be different aspect, of development. And, sustainable development goals, the 17 goals, that perfectly, shows that how the development has to be multidimensional and multimodal in a way, So now, first, sustainable development we talk about is no poverty. That means when we are talking about no poverty, that means we are supposed to kind of, ensure that we have enough, we have our source of sustainability for ourselves. And when we have enough, we should be able to redistribute, we should be able to distribute among the people who don't have it. And next is zero hunger. So when we are talking about zero hunger, we kind of focus on, food has to be a colorful, multicolor food has to be on everyone's plate, but we are not supposed to waste it. the food, and we've got to kind of ensure that our local indigenous farmers, farming population, they have to be supported by the indigenous community. We are not supposed to kind of thrive, or we are not supposed to kind of only focus on buying or importing the outside materials, food materials, but we are supposed to kind of make their living, the farm community kind of earn maximum for themselves by growing whatever is indigenous crops. And we've got to ensure that whatever they are growing is consumed by us without any waste, because data shows that 1/3 of the world population is world food is wasted, yet 821 million people are undernourished. So see what contradictory data it is. When we are talking about 1/3 of the world population is world food is wasted, but 821 million people are undernourished. That means, we are growing enough of food, but those are the food is going wasted, and we are supposed to ensure that every child or every human population gets enough of food. Not only human population, even our domesticated animals, or they are supposed to have their enough for the day and for the future to come. So we've got to value our agricultural land. We've got to value our indigenous idea of growing fruits, horticulture. So in order to ensure that, we've got to buy from them. The simple thing is we've got to ensure that whatever we consume has to come from our indigenous population. Next is good health. So when we are talking about we've got to ensure that and into care is spending. The mother has to ensure that her health is poor in order to help, her to kind of give in for the child, to the end of life. Okay. So next is quality education. We talk about right and right education, free education, but we've got to ensure that we are giving quality education, and we've got to help every child to be educated in the community. But the data shows that about 617 million children and adolescents lack minimum proficiency in reading and mathematics. So this is like quite alarming, So we've got to ensure that quality education, what is quality education is to ensure that they, every child is not supposed to earn the degree, but every child should be conscious enough to understand the planet, in order to understand the value system, in order to understand the life skills, and be able to understand her and his roles as a citizen of the country, and be a potential human citizen, to give maximum through his self-actualization. That's very important. And next, goal 5, that is gender equality. So when we are talking about, gender equality, that means we've got to, have protective discrimination in place. So in that case, empower women and girls and ensure their equal rights. So, But before we talk about rights for the girl child or for the third gender, for the first gender, you know, we've got to understand that every one of them should play the role of a responsible citizen, because we, you know, this right to speech and right to expression has given us a lot of privilege to kind of, you know, speak out our thoughts, speak out our rights, you know, speak out our demands, and you know, put it across to the authority and all that. But before that, we've got to understand, experience, and get exposure to our life enough to understand how the different aspect of life function and how we are supposed to be, you know, responsible human being before we ask for our right. Okay, so next is clean water and sanitation. So you know, we've got to see, as rightly been taught by you know, Gandhiji, that we've got to live with minimum, you know, material, whatever is basic, you know, and his own life, he has kind of depicted that, right? So we've got to understand that in order to have clean water and you know, sanitation all across, we've got to change our behavior. It's very, very important. And we've got to change our behavior in terms of wasting our resources, over exploiting and dirtying it. You know, we've got to understand, and I would just like to present this figure: water scarcity affect more than 40% of the world population. So if you go to Mumbai and even Delhi and all, you know, I live in Dwarka, there, you know, I mean, they have made, see, all this development sector, it's not going to stop anywhere, you know, the building, DDA, LDA and all that. This development sector is not going to stop. It is infinite in nature, because now housing society and all that is getting developed. You know, all these institutions are getting made, you know, medical institution, educational institution and all that. So we've got to ensure that our land use is proper, you know. I mean, it is you know, rational, it is well thought of, you know. We've got to ensure that we are in tandem with nature, you know. That is very, very essential, so that our resources, we are not going to be in conflicting situation as far as, you know, our relationship with nature is concerned. So, you know, we've got to understand, we've got to strike a balance between resource and the way we use them, you know, so that degradation of earth is avoided. And today, when we are talking about degradation, you have seen such beautiful state like Sikkim. They are crying. They are because of the loss of lives and property. And, you know, I have been born and brought up, you know, in that state, and never ever have seen such havoc. And today, people are witnessing the earthquake every now and then. Just day before yesterday, I was teaching, and there we experienced earthquake. And earthquake has become a common phenomenon. So why it has become common phenomenon? Because the way we are living, you know, we are kind of marching towards development. We are trying to make best use of our land and our resources and all. We are over exploiting. We are trying to achieve the maximum in each and every individual. They are trying to extract the, you know, they exploit the resources and all. But we've got to understand that we have alternatives. We have means to do it in a way that is being taught by Gandhian philosophy: reuse, you know, reduce and recycle. This are very important, and in my individual life and community life, and that should be our faith. And nature's affordable and clean energy. See, when we talk about energy, so instead of using fossil fuel, we can go for biofuel. Instead of using nuclear energy, that's the clean energy. It has just there is kind of the other. It is so see pros and cons of using the resource, and that's for the reason Gandhi philosophy says that, whenever we come up with the idea, whenever we come up with innovation, we've got to ensure that, our innovation is well thought of, and our innovation is not going to harm the last individual. It should be for the well-being of all individual. It should be at tandem with nature. It is not going to disrupt the functioning, the structure of environment, the ecology, the biodiversity. We've got to understand that, and use only energy efficient appliances and lights and bulbs and all. So we've got to now, today's world, we have a lot of innovative, bulbs and all, which is going to consume less energy and all. We've got to, make it affordable for people with batteries and all that, even for the villages and all. We've got to ensure that the cost-effective energy sources are being used for electrification and all that, since we are trying to give to the remotest village proper electricity and all. So in our mission for development, the maximum development, we should not ignore the capacity of Earth. It is very, very important, So, for example, we try, our mother loves, in the family, our mother loves us so much. She tries to give maximum for the children, but it becomes our responsibility, the children's responsibility, to understand our responsibility to our mother, so that she doesn't fall sick, so that she doesn't, kind of go out of the energy, or she doesn't lose that energy, that vibration, and she's happy serving us. The same way, our earth is very organic in nature, so we've got to treat her like organic being, and we've got to, that's for the reason, our father has always said our mother earth, the planet, is our mother, so we've got to treat delicately, as delicate as possible, like the way we treat our mother, with love and care and gentleness, even though she's ready to give you all, but we've got to do it in a gentle way. We've got to use our soil, our water, our agricultural field, our water bodies, our energy resources. We are not supposed to be hungry to fulfill our desire and all. But who's going to stop this hyper-consumerism is a big question. It depends on the individual. Instead of buying the plastic, let us do with the, cotton, a small, sack, or cotton, jhola, that we indigenously use it. So let everything comes from organic source. So, we've got to ensure if demonetization can happen overnight, if we can have this, G20 kind of big event, where all the delegates from almost the world are your, and host them. So we've got to ensure that we are abiding by all requirements, and plastic, the most demon or monster of today's life, the contemporary lifestyle. We have to see each and every corner, and we know that after 500 years of existence, also it's going to break into microplastic, and that's going to be very dangerous for soil. Because once it gets mixed up with the soil, that that is the question. And it has already being is going to get circulated, So in our food, in our cycle, everything like this. So that's the reason, this disease that so our behavior change, our minds, change. When we change our mind, we change our attitude, we change our behavior, and then the real community happens. So, next is, decent work and economic growth. So, economic growth, that has become so we should not forget that countries growth in a sustainable way is only possible with only possible with strategically. And we've got to ensure that the environmental impact of every innovation is meticulously investigated. Needs to be examined before we really put it out in the market. So, and every youth, we are engaging ourselves in different jobs, and there are many opportunities in and across the world. But when we are engaging ourselves in the labor market, we have to ensure that, like for example, I would like to address this issue. Last time I was just top of the few that are coming together, advertisement is there for tobacco. So, that is a job opportunity for them. But when we are trying to take up that job, we've got to understand and be ethical in our choice, whether that is going to, even if you are an actor and actress and your work is to kind of, you are not really advocating it, you are just making a living. But in there also, there lies professional ethics that, in doing or choosing your life or making deal with any kind of and all that, any kind of we want to understand what we are getting, what the agency is like to the community, are supposed to advertise and promote actor and actresses, Bollywood and stars and all who are making a big impact in the public life and all, ensure that every word counts, every action of yours. You are a public figure, so we've got to be, our educators and public speakers and all, politicians, public voice and all. Whatever we are doing is well researched, well thought of, and we've got to understand is that how, what is the impact? Impact assessment is really important. in a way that is appropriate, appropriate technology. So where there is, it is cost effective, but at the same time it is, labors are involved. There is participation of community. There is involvement of resources of the community, and there is the impact is well researched and strategic planning in terms of different aspects of life, whether community participation is there, whether we are engaging the community, or not, whether they are involved in decision making or not. Like, for example, in rural areas in India, PRI is existing. So it is PRI is 3 tiers. So ensure that village panchayat, Zila Parishad, and blocks panchayat, and then Gram Sabha, all these hierarchies are together in participating, in bringing out the infrastructure, bringing out the innovation, and whoever, and they have to ensure that whatever entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs are coming, young entrepreneurs are coming, young generation technologies are coming, that is going to be sustainable in nature. That's not going to disrupt the ecosystem. That is not going to see GM varieties of crops. Today, it is already there in the market. US has accepted that. And many developed countries have accepted that, and even India in BT cotton and all that, food crops and all that, we are already started growing. But there are big forums and all, people are speaking against it. But has it made any change on the ground? So GM varieties of crops is going to have a big repercussion, a big bad impact on the biodiversity, bad impact on the sustainability, bad impact on our ecology. But have we started thinking about, not using it? So as a politician, as a leader of the country, also we've got to ensure that we educate ourselves on everyday basis. And it is not that we are swayed away by the Western ideology, the Western thoughts, what is there in the air. We are not supposed to go by that. If we want to bring self-reliant Bharat, we've got to ensure that everything is indigenous in nature, because indigeneity is well researched. They are traditionally being used. They are, because well research is not only with theoretical, process of researching. It is more to do with experiential. So, it comes from the generation of experiences. That's what the region indigenous technology, indigenous way of, innovative ideas and all that should be promoted. And we are having biggest of the platform to ensure that. And next is reduce inequalities. So when we are talking about inequalities, reducing inequalities, that means all the genders, the last person on this earth is thought about, so indigenous population and somebody who's immigrated, minority, different religious group, and then third gender, everybody, able body, disabled body, so all are being taken care, and all the areas of, social work, or all the areas of our practice needs to be properly integrated and seen in a holistic manner to understand their interconnectivity and understand that how we are supposed to bring in the equality. It could be because of protective, due to, with the help of protective discrimination, with the help of redistribution, with the help of equity, that needs to be well thought about. Sustainable cities and communities. Our cities have already started showing that, we have utterly gone unsustainable in our ways. We get to see, we are flying cars after cars there. So we should be now going by public, public vehicles, and we should be having public buses and our vehicles and all. We are not supposed to go with private vehicles and all, so that emission is less. So that, and cycling is the best way that today, and if you these days, Amity University, since we are talking, I teach in environment and development and all, Amity University students from Department of Social Work have already started using, it's a big achievement in itself. In a small way, they are trying to travel by their bicycle. So, instead of coming by bike or their private cars and all, we faculties are encouraging them to come by the nearby, at least nearby students who are living in vicinity, to come by cycle, and then use public transport. So that needs to be by work, and public transportation, that needs to be, the new vogue way of living. So I'll just give you this data. 9 out of 10 urban residents breathe polluted air. So that means the air has become unsustainable because of fossil fuel, because of use of fossil fuel, use of radioactive materials and all that, nuclear energy and what not we are doing, burning of plastics and burning of our waste and all that. That's causing a big problem, and next is responsible consumption and production. So recycle paper, plastic, glass, aluminum. So we've got to ensure that whatever is recyclable, we have to use such kind of products. And very recently I teach them project proposal and strategic planning to my students of MSW third semester, second year. So one of my student has already started with a project on banana, leaves and banana stems and all that. Actually, Northeast people, they eat the stem of different parts of banana, products and all. And she, being from Assam, she has already started with a mission to use that banana leaves and everything in order to make cutleries and in order to make durable cutleries and all, which can be reused. I mean, till now we have this use and throw kind of cutleries out of the banana leaves and all, but she wants to make it reusable. That's how the youth are coming up with sustainable living. So responsible consumption and production. We are not supposed to go in for showmanship and hyper consumerism, and we've got to be responsible in our action. And that's what Gandhiji has taught us through Sarvodaya and through Antyodaya, mission of well-being of all and welfare of all and equity, considering the last person, considering the weaker one, considering the minority, considering the, weakest of all. So the last person should be counted, So we are not supposed to forget each other. We've got to stay in unity. And today, when we are ready to kill each other in the name of religion, we are ready to kill. It's very disturbing facts now, what we are seeing, what we have. I have already given you a case study of Sikkim. If there are students, you can write down, you can Palestine and Israel, the way the fights is going on. can you imagine there is attack from the sky? I mean, forget about it. It can happen now today. Palestine and Israel, Israel are fighting. Tomorrow it could be any other countries, because the enmity, this kind of crisis are going to occur in days to come, because our land use has gone haywire. Small children are crying out for against climate change and all that. So let us not climate would not change. It is our behavior, it is our way that has changed the climate. It is not that climate is betraying us. Actually, this concept should be changed. It's not climate change. It is because we have wiped off the green belt, which is a carbon sink, actually. So, we've got to really speak for the solution now, So I am kind of, let our sustainable development goals we have, but now this is a time for us to take action for sustainable development. So this is what I'm emphasizing when it comes to action. Who better than Gandhiji himself? So the next is climate action. Act now to stop global warming. Global emission of carbon dioxide have increased by almost 50% since 1990s. So industrialization and hyperconsumerism, vehicular emission and domestic emission, that has already brought big havoc. Now we are supposed to kind of and we said no, now this COVID is supposed to be we are supposed to get adapted to it. We are supposed to take it as a common phenomenon. Or the same way, are we supposed to take global warming, rising heat, acid rain to come as a common phenomena, as something that would happen? Is this the kind of world we were living 10 years before? Peaceful living, coexisting, where is this gone? Where has it gone? Why today we all are expert speakers, but we're not the dutiful citizen? We are not the, we are rule breakers. We are great speakers. We are great people to express our views, speak the most knowledgeable facts, but are we the people to actually use it, apply it in our personal life? That is a big question I'm going to leave you with. Avoid life below water. See, below water, we have already occupied human being, above the water, above the land, air. We've already, on the day India had launched we have gone and settled on the, this thing satellites when it launched and then settled on the moon. What a celebration. But have we thought about, and we celebrated in a way that we have kind of, we've kind of, got our occupation on another, kind of a different, something that we've been striving hard, to land on the moon and all. But have we ever given a thought that what we have been gifted, this earth, Mother Earth, have we made best use of this Mother Earth to have authority over this moon? Or now India has already striving hard to reach out to the sun, okay? And developed countries have already made it a mechanism, a modality. They have already created a modality in order to throw all the garbage into the sun, because they have understood that sun can consume anything, the kind of heat it has, are we supposed to not add spirituality to our way of life? Are we not supposed to live our way, our life in an indigenous manner, or what we call Bharatiya Karan? So Bharatiya Karan is supposed to, the root of Bharatiya Karan is what? Spirituality, right? So hadn't we been worshipping sun? Hadn't we been worshipping moon? So these are our, I mean, spiritually we are connected with all of this, elements of nature. And are we supposed to play with them? And if they start playing with us, what would be the repercussion? That we've got to think about. So avoid plastic bans and avoid plastic bags to keep the ocean clean. Over 3 billion people depend on marine and coastal bags. So, and our coastal region community are depending on marine life. Every community that depend on the marine life to give our body the best protein and all that, easy food to come on our colorful plate. We've got to be responsible, not become plastic what is. So today Sikkim is experiencing why? Because of the flash flood. Why flash flood? Because the catchment area and valleys are just it's no more there. All this valley right of the forested land, and a lot of settlement have already gone into it. Yesterday only I was talking to teacher in Sikkim, and I just wanted to take cognizance of what is happening in the ground, She is an inhabitant of that.
Ma'am, your voice, you are muted. Your voice is also breaking.
Sir, it had been muted or it was audible?
No, recently only got muted. And anyway, we have exceeded time, ma'am. Can you conclude in a minute?
Right, I'll just do it. We got to plant a tree and protect the environment. So forests are a home to more than 80% of all terrestrial species of animals, plants, and insects. And next is peace, justice, and strong institution. So we've got to have, see, peaceful coexistence is what we have to really go for. And peaceful coexistence depends on, social justice, redistribution. When we have strong institution and our religious institution, our spiritual institutions are partnering with us in fulfilling the sustainable development, because they are the basis of our, what we think. The psychology of person is molded by what our spirituality teaches, what our religious institution teaches. So we've got to understand that every institution is well connected and there should be collaboration in every institution. Next is partnership. So lobby your government to boost development financing. Achieving the SDG goal could open up USS 12 trillion of market opportunity and create 380 million new jobs by 2030. So it is very, very important that internationally we collaborate, we make it a global village. And as rightly being said by, Gandhiji, that, when we are talking about sustainable living, sustainable development, we have to, the 3 pillars of sustainable development are economy, society, and environment. These 3 pillars of sustainable development should be strategically thought about, meticulously investigated, and then proper, when we are trying to implement any kind of innovation, ensuring that impact, assessment is well thought of, is stronger, our monitoring and, evaluation is well done, and then feedback is taken. Always follow up our developmental, developmental activities in and across. With this, I stop here. Thank you so much, Ravindra sir. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your elaborate presentation on the topic, and definitely, as it requires a good amount of time, but due to paucity of time, and our friends also have been attending since more than almost 4 hours. So we have to limit ourselves, and it was a really wonderful, insightful presentation on sustainable development and Gandhian philosophy and thought. We thank you for joining us and accepting our invitation, and contributing a lot to this wonderful occasion of Indian social work. Definitely, there is a way forward for everyone to work together. On this occasion, we also are commemorating International Day for Girl Child. So we need to work towards promoting gender equality, and within the fraternity, within the profession also, we need to encourage and achieve gender equality and empowerment, so that ensure that at least half of the population of the percentage, we are providing equal opportunities for the girls and women to pursue social work as a career and profession, and provide equal opportunity. Maybe today on this occasion, we take this call of action to maybe by next year, if we can achieve to a certain extent, because this year, fortunately, after almost 3 to 4 decades of waiting, the Women's Reservation Bill has been passed. So we see a bright future if it is being utilized in an effective way, and encourage our girls and women to pursue their careers and prospectors. So with this, we take this opportunity once again for your contribution, and thank you for your wonderful presentation, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So friends, thank you everyone for joining us. At an outset, I would like to convey my thanks, gratitude to each one of you, especially the speakers for the day, who have been with us disseminating knowledge and information. Mr. Matt Perliston and Dr. Manju Panwar, Dr. Indrajit Goswami, and Dr. Chandrakala Diyali, and Professor Ronaldo Donnell, and especially Dr. Vishu Mohan Das ji, who was very much instrumental and proactive in organizing Indian Social Work Day, Bharatiya Samaj Karya Divas, on this day, and with the support of Bharatiya Samaj Karya Parishad and active cooperation from the entire fraternity of Indian social work. We thank each and everyone for being part of these celebrations. And since morning, I was also attending various celebrations being organized by various institutions online and offline. And it was at the end of the day, there is a greater need, as just now ma'am spoke about sustainable development, and we are talking a lot of invasive species are causing great harm to the planet, to the environment. In a similar way, the invasive cultures, the invasive traditions also pose a greater threat to the existing culture, to the existing traditions, to the existing curriculum, pedagogy. And that has been happening since years together. And unfortunately, we are not able to consciously be aware of what is happening. And we are blindly adopting it, following it. That's why even today, social work is not recognized as a profession at large, and social workers are not being recognized or not being able to get their due recognition as others are getting. So somewhere something has gone wrong, due to which we are not able to get our rightful share of our recognition as well as our opportunities. So we need to rethink. Definitely, it's a high time that we need to build upon on our own roots, on our own cultures and traditions. Then only we will be able to establish ourselves. So there is a greater need for Indian social work models, theories, strategies, and methodologies where we can use for addressing various developmental and other issues prevailing in the community, which are more apt, which are more culturally appropriate, linguistically appropriate, which can address in a better, effective. Of course, for the criticizers, unfortunately, I have seen many criticizers personally, where they criticize only for the sake of criticizing. But, there is no logic or rationale behind the criticisms. Criticisms are always welcome when they are constructive, productive, and they are contributing. But, somewhere the criticizers are ashamed of themselves calling or addressing to their own lineage. It's like, you are ashamed of yourself calling as a son of your father or mother, or a daughter of your father or mother. When you are in such a situation, you can imagine how it would be. So in a similar way, even today our social work profession or fraternities, most of them are like that. They are not able to accept where they are from. That is why this crisis is still going on. History is the one that needs to be accepted. We cannot do anything. We cannot go back and change the history. We have to accept the history as it is. Due to various invasions, like invasive species in the environment, which have been destroying the local habitats, ecosystems, biodiversities. In a similar way, even these cultural invasions, religious invasions, political invasions have been destroying cultures. We have seen where thousands of languages were existed, but now hardly few hundreds of languages are being spoken or being used proactively. And among them, lots of languages are disappeared. And even in India, take for the instance of India, where more than 6,000 to 8,000 languages were used, now hardly As per the constitutions, we have hardly 20 plus languages recognized. And even among them, most of the official languages of the state within the state itself are losing its recognition. So imagine what is the plight of languages which are not that popular. Now, we are appreciating diversity. You know, we can appreciate only day when there is night. When we have 24 hours day, we will not be able to appreciate, because we need warmthness as well as we need coolness also. Similarly, we are able to appreciate our food because we have variety, diversity. We are able to appreciate idli vada or pav bhaji or upma or pongal, because we have diversity and we are enjoying the diversity. What if only idli is served or pav bhaji is served for entire lifetime in the breakfast? Will you be able to appreciate it? Just imagine you have to eat only one food all the time, or you have to wear only one dress lifelong. Would you be able to appreciate? So we don't realize until the diversity is lost. And it is a high time that we recognize that we need to protect, we need to conserve this biodiversity or cultural diversity, not only in terms of nature, environment, flora and fauna, but also in the terms of practice, even in context of social work, education, profession and practice. So on this Indian Social Work Day, let's not criticize, let's not be inferior, to accept what we are, who we are, where we are, and we need to put all efforts appreciating our own rich ancient knowledge, cultures and traditions, and take them forward in a scientific manner. So with this message being very constructive, productive and positive, optimistic, hope we all together will take it forward in achieving gender equality and sustainable development, not only in just social work, education, profession, but also in general. And we wish you all once again happy Indian Social Work Day, and paying tributes, offering our gratitude to our Nanaji Deshmukh ji and also all our social workers who have contributed immensely to our social work fraternity. We have various social reformers like Sri Ramanujacharya, long back, more than 1,000 years ago. He fought for equality. He fought against untouchability and various social evils. So we have to recognize, we have to accept them, and we have to bring it in the limelight, and we have to quote them, cite them as frequently as possible. And India, which has been Vishwa Guru earlier, has lost because of invasions. But now it's time that India is regaining its role as Vishwa Guru and is becoming leader, Vishwa Guru for the world. And it is high time that we, fraternity of various disciplines, of respective disciplines, to come up and our disciplines stand as Vishwa Guru for the entire world. Thank you everyone once again for joining us. And we see that many of our friends have left. So what we will do, we are not sharing any feedback form now. Instead, whatever data that has been collected through registration form, to all the email address, those who have registered, we'll be sending you a feedback form to your email address. And we will also update the feedback form link on the website by tomorrow. We request everyone, those who have attended today, to check your mailbox. Those who have registered, if not registered, you can even register now. I'll be sharing those who have been able to register within Zoom platform. It's fine. Those who had technical difficulty, we request them to register through Google form. I'll be sharing once again. And visit website. Website link also has been shared in the chat box. You can visit the website tomorrow, and both the forms will be available, registration form and feedback form. You can fill it up so that we will generate the certificates and provide you link from where you can download your certificate. So thank you everyone for joining. We'll be sharing you once again. The website link has been shared in the chat box, and those who have registered, even the Google registration form has been shared in the chat box. Those who have not registered, you can register through Google registration form. And we request everyone to visit tomorrow, the same link. And once this meeting ends, the feedback, the registration form also gets closed here. So you can register there if you had any technical problems tomorrow also, and kindly fill up the feedback form by day after tomorrow, so that once all the feedback is taken, we will generate the certificates and you can download within a week's time from the website. A link is will be shared through email where you can download. If you miss the email, don't worry. You visit the website and you can download your certificates. But make sure you are providing with your data, which is required for generating the certificates. So thank you everyone once again for joining us. Take care. Good night.